Chapter 562. Darkstar's actions had always attracted the attention of many parties, especially after the battle on planet Golden Gate. All sorts of reports and discussions were biased towards Ghidorah, and many galactic residents were looking forward to what would happen next. What most people did not expect was that the news of the second victory would come so quickly. This time, the main character of this incident was an aboriginal planet called Blue Star. Many people felt that this was unbelievable. It was reasonable for Ghidorah to defeat Darkstar, but how could an aboriginal planet defeat Darkstar? Many people only found out about this from different sources, but they did not know the exact details. To most people, Blue Star was just one of the countless low-level planets. If not for the fact that it was one of the Calamity planets, many people would not even know about this planet. As for the name of Black Star, most people did not know much about it. Although Han Shao was a target that needed to be taken seriously in the eyes of the various large organizations, they could guess that this incident was most likely related to Black Star. However, to ordinary people, mercenaries were not celebrities, and they would not remember the name of a mercenary. Han Zhao's fame was mainly spread among the higher-ups. On the intergalactic network, many people could not help but ask about the cause and effect of this incident. When this incident happened, there were no bystanders, and it was extremely newsworthy. Many intergalactic reporters were like cats that had smelled blood and acted on their own accord. In just a few days, spaceships from different news channels flew toward Blue Star, preparing to conduct interviews and find out the truth. How exactly did Blue Star defeat Darkstar? Blue Star, this aboriginal planet that no one cared about, received the attention of countless galactic residents for the first time. It was the first time that ordinary people were welcomed into the galaxy. Blue Star was bustling with activity. A few days after the Darkstar attack, with the help of Ghidorah, the Six Nations and the Sanctuary had just finished cleaning up the battlefield. At this moment, many new spaceships arrived at Blue Star, but were stopped by Ghidorah's fleet. Ghidorah's fleet was not prepared to let these reporters enter Blue Star. One of the reasons was for safety reasons, but there were also other deeper considerations. The Six Nations did not know anything about this, and did not know that a group of galactic visitors had arrived. They did not have any means of communicating with the galaxy. The reporters could not contact the sovereign civilization of Blue Star, but very quickly, someone remembered that the Black Star mercenary was also on this planet and contacted the Black Star mercenary instead. They're finally here. Philip relayed the news. Han Shao had expected this. This group of reporters was a key factor in his plan, so he contacted Nagajan and asked him to instruct the fleet commander to make way. The fleet commander received the order and did not want to let the reporters in. However, the higher-ups had instructed him to listen to Nagajan's orders while guarding Blue Star. Furthermore, after thinking about it carefully, he did not want to provoke Black Star, especially after witnessing the strength of the Black Star. He could only instruct the fleet to make way unwillingly. A group of galactic reporters excitedly entered Blue Star. Many of them were very professional and immediately sensed that something was wrong. They were looking for the Black Star mercenary, but Ghidorah's fleet obediently made way for them. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind this. The people of Ghidorah actually wanted to give face to the Black Star mercenary. Many of the reporters had a vague feeling that in the eyes of the people of Ghidorah, Black Star was not just an ordinary mercenary. This time, Black Star might have played a more important role in repelling Darkstar. This group of galactic reporters respected Blue Star's regime and landed in the Six Nations spaceships one after another. Only then did the Six Nations know that a group of galactic visitors had arrived. They were both surprised and nervous as they hurriedly welcomed them. This was the first time that the people of the Six Nations and Blue Star had seen so many different kinds of aliens and felt that it was strange. The reporters revealed their identities and intentions, and the upper echelons of the Six Nations were overjoyed. They all realized that this was an unprecedented opportunity. This was the best opportunity to establish a connection with the galaxy. All along, the Six Nations had only been able to contact Ghidorah one way and knew very little about the galactic environment. It was only after Black Star returned that this situation was alleviated. However, this time, The attack of Dark Star had attracted the attention of the galaxy. This was extremely significant to a native planet, and the upper echelons of the Six Nations welcomed the reporters with great enthusiasm. They all felt that this was a blessing in disguise. It proved that risk and opportunity were often proportional. Although the Six Nations did not know how to treat their guests in the galaxy, they were very humble and kept asking the reporters. The reporters told them everything they knew. After all, they wanted to gather information on Blue Star, so they naturally had to establish a good relationship with the Blue Star regime. The reporters also did not have the arrogance of the galactic people and would not look down on the natives. This planet had repelled Dark Star, so they still had the necessary respect. Very quickly, the upper echelons of the Six Nations found out from the reporters that they had been stopped in outer space and that it was Han Xiao who had allowed the reporters to enter. Instantly, they were extremely grateful to Han Xiao. Because of Black Star, the planet had not been destroyed. Now, it was Black Star who had given them the opportunity to establish a connection with the galaxy. Indeed, hugging Han Xiao's thigh was the right choice. The other party had already started to fulfill their private agreement and help them develop. On the other hand, after some communication, the reporters also found out that the main reason for repelling Dark Star was the Black Star mercenary. This immediately confirmed their previous guesses. No wonder Ghidorah wanted to give Black Star a face. However, the Six Nations did not really understand the process. At that time, they could not even take care of themselves and only found out about it after the incident. They took many photos of the city that had been attacked. These were all valuable materials, and the reporters could not wait to head to the sanctuary to interview the people involved. Spaceships arrived at the sanctuary one after another. The first thing they saw was two huge craters, which were clearly traces of a battle. They had indeed come to the right place. All the reporters were energized. Without another word, they picked up their cameras and started taking photos of the craters. The spaceships landed one after another, and the reporters walked out. Haluz had been waiting for them for a long time. He glanced at them and said calmly, "Follow me to the conference room. Black Star will accept your interview." All the reporters nodded and hurriedly followed. Their attitude was different from how they treated the Six Nations. Although these reporters were not arrogant and maintained an equal attitude toward the Six Nations, even if they did not look down on them, the natives were still different and did not have many common topics. However, in front of the Black Star mercenary, this group of galactic reporters lowered their attitude. The Black Star mercenary was an existence of a higher level. This respect came from the bottom of their hearts and was not faked. When they arrived at the conference room, Han Xiao was not there yet. The reporters could only wait. However, they did not idle around and interviewed Haluz first. Haluz had received Han Xiao's instructions a long time ago, so he purposely stayed there for the reporters to interview him. He explained the entire process in detail. At that time, Dark Star sent out a large number of spaceships to attack the Six Nations and us. Our captain was the target of Dark Star, and the enemy sent out a total of 3 Calamity-grade supers to surround and attack our captain. Black Star faced 3 Calamity grades alone. Since he was still alive, the result was self-evident. The reporters were in an uproar and recorded it down. Dark Star sent out 3 Calamity-grade supers to fight Black Star together. Haluz continued. Our captain faced the 3 most terrifying enemies alone and took on the greatest risk. The 3 Calamity-grade supers were unable to break through our captain's defense, so they used the main cannon of the mothership to attack our captain. The reporters were shocked and recorded it down again. The 3 Calamity-grade supers were beaten up and forced to use the main cannon of the mothership. The 2 craters outside are the marks left by the main cannon. Our captain used his body to take the hit and was almost unscathed. Even the main cannon was unable to harm his body. Dark Star then fired a second shot, but they fell into our captain's trap and almost killed their own Calamity-grade supers. Thus, they did not dare fire again. This was breaking news. The reporters were dumbfounded and hurriedly wrote. Withstanding the main cannon with his body, Black Star taunted for another shot. In the end, Ghidorah's reinforcements arrived. Dark Star was unwilling to exchange fire with Ghidorah, so they were forced to retreat. That was the entire process. Haluz shut his mouth. The reporters applauded enthusiastically, then buried their heads in writing. Black Star showed his might. Dark Star fled. After a while, Han Shao estimated that Haluz was done with the interview, so he came to the conference room on time. All the reporters subconsciously stood up and greeted him with respect. Your Excellency, Black Star, making Han Shao feel like he was the class teacher patrolling. Han Shao sat down, and the reporters immediately started the interview. They confirmed what Haluz had said and asked many questions, such as whether he felt any pressure facing 3 Calamity-grade supers. How did it feel to be hit by the main cannon? What did he think of Dark Star's actions and goals? And so on. Han Shao felt like he was holding a press conference. Han Shao patiently answered the questions. Spreading the news depended on these reporters, and this was an additional benefit of popularity. Events that could give him legendary points naturally had many potential rewards. The interview came to an end, and one of the reporters asked the last question. Your Excellency, Black Star, did you stay on Blue Star to help this planet fight against the calamity and enemies because this is your hometown? Hearing this, Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he had an idea. That's only one of the reasons. Is it convenient for you to tell us the other reasons? The reporter hurriedly asked. Han Shao laughed and said, It's fine to tell you guys. Blue Star is not only my hometown, but it's also the location of the subbase that we, the Black Star Mercenary, are preparing to expand. It's also one of the bases of Floating Dragon's field team. A while ago, the Dragon Emperor came to visit Blue Star for a field trip, so my job is to defeat all enemies. The eyes of the reporters sparkled, and they were overjoyed. This was another piece of fresh news. Blue Star was a planet that was protected by Black Star and Floating Dragon. Han Shao nodded. From that day onward, Blue Star would no longer be a low-level planet with nothing special. It would be branded with Floating Dragon's label. This name would be a protective talisman that could at least force 90% of those who had bad intentions to retreat, especially those shark-like galactic pirates. After all, he would not be staying in Blue Star forever. To the Blue Star civilization and his own base, this was a good thing that had more advantages than disadvantages. Other than increasing their safety, Floating Dragon's name could also attract investments. Some financial groups would come over to invest, and this would greatly increase the speed of Blue Star connecting with the galaxy. Since Blue Star was one of Floating Dragon's territories, even if it was still a primitive planet, the financial groups would still invest in it and reveal some common technology to help the 6 nations improve their technology quickly. He would also be fulfilling his agreement with the 6 nations. Although he had been attacked, he had also made the galaxy recognize this planet. At the same time, branding Blue Star as Floating Dragon was also a plan to avoid future risks. Even if the 6 nations grew stronger in the future, they would not dare break the agreement and fall out with him. They would know the consequences of losing Floating Dragon's name very clearly. This way, the 6 nations would be in power on the surface, but the one controlling them in the dark would be Ames. Of course, it would not be him. Han Technician still had this much ability. However, with Ames's carefree personality, he would have a lot of say. What did she mean by no matter what? Not caring about this, not caring about that, not caring about anything at all. Ames naturally would not object. As for main butler Jenny, who was in charge of the actual operation, shouldn't colleagues who loved each other clean up after each other's mess? This trip had been fruitful, and the reporter left satisfied. The next day, many news channels in the Garden Star system released related reports at the same time, detailing the real process of Blue Star defeating Dark Star. The text was paired with the photos, and the photos of the crater took up the most space. After taking a look, Han Shao almost choked. He grabbed Haluz's neck and roared. Didn't you say you would tell the truth? What did you say to the reporters? Did I ask you to brag? Did I ask you to brag? Haluz felt wronged. I clearly told them the truth. Who knows how much artistic embellishment those reporters made. In the galaxy, the news of this incident spread far and wide. Not only was the Garden Star system shocked, But the other star systems and star clusters in the Shattered Star Ring who were paying attention to Dark Star also knew that there was a guy called Black Star who fought against 3 Calamity grades alone and even took on a Dark Star mothership's main cannon head-on. Even the star cluster civilizations remembered the name Black Star. The Shattered Star Ring was shaken. Chapter 563. Ghidorah paid a lot of attention to this news. Nagajin had already reported on Han Zhao's abilities, so the upper echelons were more concerned about another problem. Han Zhao had released the news that Blue Star was bound to Floating Dragon Island through reporters. While Floating Dragon was a neutral organization without any political factors, its influence was extraordinary. With the name of Floating Dragon, even if Blue Star was in the Garten star system that Ghidorah controlled, they would not be able to manage Blue Star. This planet might become a special area under their jurisdiction. Furthermore, the value of roping in Floating Dragon was far higher than Blue Star. Blue Star was just a low-level planet, and as long as there was no political conflict, Ghidorah decided to turn a blind eye. Of course, compared to Dark Star, Blue Star was just a small problem. After the news was released, Ghidorah's official media department also came out to join the fun and promote it to increase the popularity of the news. No matter who won against Dark Star, as long as they could suppress Dark Star, they were willing to promote it. Floating Dragon Island, after Jenny finished reading the news, her face turned green, and she immediately contacted Ames. Ames was currently traveling in the galaxy, and her virtual projection appeared on the communicator. What's wrong? Look at the news. Black Star is causing trouble outside again. Jenny pressed the communicator and sent the news link over. Ames looked at it for a while and smiled. As expected of the person I value. He's quite impressive. That's not the main point. He announced that Blue Star is Floating Dragon subbase without my permission. Jenny was furious. But I agreed. Ames blinked. Jenny immediately swallowed the cursed words that she was about to say. I recently accepted 2 disciples. They're also for Blue Star. Black Star will bring them to Floating Dragon soon. Help them settle down. After that, Ames hung up. Black Star. The staff outside the door suddenly heard Jenny's angry scream, and they were all shocked. Somewhere in the Shattered Star Ring, in the territory of a certain beyond grade A supers. Taking on the main cannon head-on. That's my style. Ames now has a powerful cadre. In the shadows, a robust giant that was 7 to 8 meters tall sat on a throne, looking at the news on the virtual screen in front of him with a contemplative expression. Floating Dragon is starting to expand, and Ames is finally interested in the forces. I'll find some time to propose to her again. I might succeed this time. The Dark Star mothership that attacked Blue Star was drifting in space. Ashes and the other 2 also saw the news. Bullshit. When did he beat us up? Degulish was enraged. It was clearly Black Star who did not have any ability to retaliate. These bunch of reporters only know how to make things up. Terry said helplessly. In any case, we really couldn't kill him. Ashes snorted and did not comment. He was secretly thinking about how to get rid of Han Zhao. He definitely has a weakness. The matter of planting spies in his mercenary group has to be put on the agenda. Only by getting close to him will we be able to discover his weakness. Then, what should we do next? Terry asked. Degulish frowned and slowly said, Black Star's ability was beyond our expectations, and we were unable to kill him. This mission has failed, and the leader said that this is not our fault. No one knows how many abilities Black Star has hidden. He wants us to gather with the main forces and prepare for the next step of the plan. Next step? We don't know the exact details yet, but since we're gathering the motherships, it will definitely be a large-scale operation, Degulish said. Dark Star was still planning for the next round of attacks. However, Dark Star did not know that Han Zhao had planted an eye in their spring. All the motherships were exposed to Rista's surveillance, and Dark Star's backup was already useless. They were still in the dark. As the news spread, many people in the Shattered Star Ring were discussing the name of Black Star. His fame had spread far and wide, and it had brought Han Zhao a lot of fame. Dark Star had been forced back twice and seemed to have finally calmed down. However, this was only the calm before the storm. A storm created by Han Zhao was brewing in the dark. Rista was monitoring the location of Darkstar's motherships. Every once in a while, Han Shao would reveal the coordinates to the upper echelons of the War Bureau through Nagajan. Ghidorah had the intention of catching them all in one fell swoop and secretly sent out troops. Ghidorah continued to hire large mercenary groups as protection, but they did not reveal the details of the operation. They only told Sky Ring, Purple Gold, Blades, and the other large mercenary groups to be on standby. Han Shao remained in Blue Star and focused on his plan to recruit players. The plan had already reached a critical stage. Making use of this ambush, Han Shao changed the name of his faction through the faction interface and the Mercenary Alliance user interface. The name of Black Star Mercenary was changed to Black Star Corps. Those that dared to use Corps as the suffix were basically large mercenary groups. Due to the large number of players joining, Han Zhao's faction had expanded to hundreds of thousands of people. Just in terms of numbers, they had already entered the ranks of this group. No one in the mercenary world would object to this change. With regards to this decision, Han Shao gave a speech to all the players, emphasizing that it was because of the players that the faction changed its name, making the players feel that their actions had helped the faction grow. Changing a name for this reason was easier to cultivate a sense of collective honor and belonging to the players, making them feel that this was a faction that belonged to them. At the same time, this was also a signal to the players that they were about to leave Blue Star and enter the next stage very soon. From the players' point of view, changing the name of the faction this time was a transition event that they were about to enter the galaxy. This kind of behavior that was similar to cultivating corporate culture could only have a better effect when coupled with substantial benefits. Han Shao released a new product at the right time. He bought 2 new Pugilist and Esper class advancement knowledges through the Galactic online trading platform, spending more than 100,000 anas, and placed them in the faction store. What shocked the players was that these 2 new knowledges did not charge money like the other knowledges, but only required experience. At the same time, there was no prerequisite to purchase faction favorability. With regards to this matter, Han Shao explained it to Philip. The Black Star Corps would provide 2 class advancement knowledges for free to cultivate and train the new mercenaries under their command. This move instantly ignited the excitement of the players. Han Shao sold his mechanic class knowledges through the method of impart skills, and the knowledges of the other 2 classes were sold through the faction store. This meant that as long as the players joined the Black Star Corps, they could immediately learn these 2 free class advancement knowledges. This instantly became a new benefit exclusive to the faction, just like how one could exchange for class knowledges after joining Ghidorah and accumulating enough merit. However, Han Shao directly removed those restrictions, and they could directly use experience to learn the knowledges. Countless players were overjoyed and felt that they had made a killing. The pro players who entered the galaxy in version 1.0 shared the price of class knowledges in the galaxy. If one did not join a faction and only use money to purchase class knowledges, the class advancement knowledges would cost tens of thousands of anas. In comparison, the Black Star Corps treatment was the best of the best. In the eyes of the players, this was all thanks to them. It was because they had expanded the size of the faction and changed the name to Black Star Corps that the faction store updated with this new benefit. As expected of a growing faction, not taking money, only EXP, this was something that Han Shao had done on purpose. His target customers were the players of the other 2 classes, so he could quickly accumulate EXP to reach level 140. Han Technician's account now had more than 10 million anas. Burning more than 100,000 anas for this was nothing in his eyes. He did not even bother to charge a symbolic fee. Even if he only charged 1 anas, the effect was far better than free. Class advancement knowledges were a necessity, and a number of buyers basically covered all the Blue Star players outside of the mechanic class. Spending more than 100,000 anas, if he did not harvest a huge amount of experience, he would be letting his conscience down. There was only one such cheap class advancement knowledges. The players did not hesitate and eagerly bought them. The effect of this move was obvious. The experience on Han Zhao's interface skyrocketed at a crazy speed. 300 million, 600 million, 1 billion. The effect of free was terrifying. Looking at the speed of his experience increase, Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. The experience earned this time will probably not only allow me to reach level 140, but it can also be used for a period of time. In just one day, the experience accumulated on the interface was enough to reach level 140. In order to reach grade first, Han Xiao did not even have time to repair the Mech Legion. This attack made him understand that when the leaks were ripe, they had to be cut off as soon as possible. If he was already a calamity grade, when he was surrounded by ashes and the others, it would not have been so thrilling. Han Xiao came to the training room in base number 2, locked the door, and opened the interface. Taking a deep breath, he invested experience in a leveling up. I can finally reach the calamity grade and officially step into the high-level combat power level. Han Xiao was secretly excited. Chapter 564. The difference between Grade B and Grade A was in the level of life. After entering Grade A, one's genes would be more perfect and the body would be more adapted to the release of energy. The energy consumption during the release process would be greatly reduced, and the output conversion rate would increase significantly. In other words, it was an increase in endurance and attack power. This was why Grade A was praised as Calamity. As the name implied, as long as one released their power, Grade A would be able to cause catastrophic damage to the surface of a planet for a certain period of time. Before the appearance of Beyond Grade A in the exploration era, Grade A was the strongest in the galaxy. Even now, Grade A was still a huge dividing line. In his previous life, the highest level limit for players was only Grade A. Therefore, Han Xiao was very clear that once he crossed the threshold of Grade A, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This was a new stage for the ship. He was now at level 136, and his main class was at level 11. He suppressed his excitement and invested his experience in leveling up. Virtual Mechanic leveled up to LV 15, plus 150 energy, plus 3DX, plus 3 END, plus 6 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. Your total level has reached 140. You can continue to level up after completing the promotion mission. At this level, the promotion mission would not be easy. Han Xiao only needed one look to know that it was impossible to complete it in a short time. Without hesitation, he used the last mission completion card left from the previous random reward. The option of the promotion mission instantly turned from gray to gold. This was the fastest Han technician had ever completed a promotion mission. There is only one word to describe it: awesome. Level 140 promotion mission completed. Endurance bonus increased. 1 endurance equals 80 health equals 90 stamina. The last time I did the promotion at level 120, the endurance bonus increased from plus 10 to plus 15, reaching 165. Now that I'm at level 140, it's also plus 15 to 180. After this race evolution, the endurance bonus will increase to plus 20 in the next promotion. Han Xiao thought to himself, from level 60 onwards, every 40 levels would be a race evolution. Level 140 would be the 3rd race evolution. Notifications popped up on the interface like flowing water. After a long time of coexisting with energy, your genes have been optimized again. You have gone one step further on the path of evolution. You have obtained a sublimation in the level of life. Detected race: Void Prowler, human form. Randomly drawing 7 compatible evolution paths. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the 7 options below as your evolved race. Warning: the evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix: Evolution Path Characteristics, V-Type Space Human, minus 74% compatibility. Void Symbiotic Body, human form, minus 88% compatibility. Void Corruptor, human form, minus 75% compatibility. Void Hunter, human form, minus 77% compatibility. Chaos Observer, human form, minus 72% compatibility. I Void Eye, minus 42% compatibility. High energy entity, soul-based creature, minus 35% compatibility. Out of the 7 options, 5 of them belong to the Void evolution system. The Void system was a rare evolution chain that was very difficult to obtain. Normal race evolution only had a very small probability of randomly drawing out the Void system's evolution path. Han Xiao had consumed the Void Dragon's bone marrow and obtained a part of the Void gene fragment. The Void Prowler only appeared in the last race evolution. After becoming the Void Prowler, his evolution chain had deviated from the human race's main branch to the Void system's branch. At the same time, he retained part of the human race's characteristics. The Void system was a kind of mutated evolution and had a high degree of integration with different species. Therefore, many evolution options were labeled with the characteristics of human form. Of course, there were also options that did not retain the human form. For example, I Void would become a large eyeball with tentacles. It had the fear judgment of a void gaze. Whoever it stared at would have a miscarriage. High energy entity was another form of energy life. Soul-based creatures were similar to liches. As long as their soul core was not damaged, even if their energy body was destroyed, they could be repaired at any time. This was a species suitable for mages. Han Xiao naturally wanted to retain the Void system's evolution path, which had great potential. At the same time, he also needed a human body to complete mechanical construction. Some of his talents could only continue to take effect in human form. Therefore, only 4 Void evolution options that retained the human form met the requirements. I now have extremely high tankiness, so I don't need to worry about health. What I lack is attack power. I'm a mechanic, so the higher my intelligence, the higher the bonus. After thinking for a while, Han Xiaoxin made a decision and seriously confirmed the evolution path. Selection complete. Evolving. Evolution complete. Race changed to Chaos Observer, human form. Molecular structure improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed, adaptability increased. Your potential has increased. You have received attributes: STR plus 0, DX plus 40, Yini plus 15, INT plus 94, MYS plus 72, CHA plus 56, Energy plus 840. Energy level bonus attributes have changed. An avalanche of pain exploded from the depths of his body. Han Xiao was already mentally prepared. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain that was enough to make an ordinary person faint. He tried his best to feel the changes in his cells and genes. His body uncontrollably turned into a void creature, and his vision kept flickering between the physical world and the void dimension. It was as if there were dozens of frames per second. This time, the pain in his brain was the most intense. It was as if thousands of needles had pierced into his brain. Chaos Observer. S attributes were more inclined toward intelligence. This was one of the reasons why he chose this path. Another reason was that Han Xiao still remembered that this path had a chance of evolving into a high-level void creature. Its potential was greater than the other 3 options. Fortunately, the pain this time was not as painful as when he evolved into Void Prowler. Han Xiao was already a void creature, so the changes in his genes were not that intense. Huff, huff. After a long time, the pain slowly subsided. Han Xiao was panting heavily and sweating all over. It was as if he had just been fished out of the water. The world in his eyes became clearer and clearer. His brain was working faster, and all kinds of thoughts appeared one after another like bubbles in boiling water. Han Xiao fell for a few seconds and looked at the interface to check his new race talent. Your race's characteristics have changed. You have received race's characteristic, Advanced Void Travel. You have received race's characteristic, Void Vision, Observer. You have received race's characteristic, Observer's Mark. You have received race's characteristic, Chaos Form. Release. 4 talents. Han Xiao's face was filled with joy. This was one more than the Void Prowler. He tried them one by one and had an idea. Among them, the one he was most familiar with was Advanced Void Travel. This was the advanced version of Void Travel, and its duration was longer. As long as he was willing, he could maintain it for up to 3 minutes. The duration had increased by a few times, which meant that he could blink further and complete more things. The cooldown time was still 5 minutes. As for the other 3 talents, they were the special abilities of Chaos Observer. Among them, Chaos Form, Release was the core. The other 2 talents could only be used after Chaos Form, Release was activated. With a thought, Han Xiao suddenly dispersed and turned into a gray fog. This was a strange energy field. Light would be swallowed by the gray fog, but it still maintained its original gray color and did not turn black. It was very strange. It was like using space as a canvas and a gray paint was smeared on it. His own senses also changed. He no longer used his eyes to see and ears to hear. This chaotic fog had vision, hearing, touch, smell, and other senses at the same time. Moreover, they were many times sharper. When he moved, he no longer had the control of his body like a human. Instead, with the gray fog as the core, he moved around and could constantly change his shape. It was like a cloud that could move on its own. Its speed was also very fast. It also had the ability to pass through walls like void travel. It was very magical. Not only that, there were also new senses that were hard to describe and indescribable. This is the Chaos Form, Han Xiao thought to himself. He suddenly realized how he could think without a brain. After thinking for a long time, he roughly understood that after becoming a Chaos Form, he had changed from a physical life form to a domain life form. This chaotic fog formed countless organ structures on a microscopic level. Molecular and atomic structures formed a thinking circuit, and bioelectricity flowed within. He could create artificial intelligence, so it was not strange for him to have a new form of thinking organ. He tried out the other 2 talents. Void Vision, Observer, allowed him to enter the gap between the void dimension and the physical world in the form of a Chaos Form. It was not like void travel, where time was almost frozen. When he used this ability, the time in the outside world would flow normally, and he could hide in the gap to observe the changes in the outside world. His vision was very wide. Observer's mark was related to a new sense. As long as a mark was set on a certain person, a certain place, or a certain spatial coordinate, he could observe across space simultaneously. It was like a split-screen mode. The number of marks could be changed at most 5. Wait, what kind of observation is this? This is obviously peeping. Han Xiaoxin's feelings were indescribable. I have become an eye position. This is getting more and more perverted. I like it. After transforming into a Chaos Form, the attribute panel also changed. It showed the status of after transformation. He was immune to 95% damage, and the energy value of his human form became the HP of his Chaos Form. This meant that he was using energy to maintain his Chaos Form. Most of the skills and talents of his human form were frozen, but advanced void travel would be greatly strengthened, and the cooldown time would be reduced from 5 minutes to 15 seconds. If the HP of his Chaos Form was depleted, he would be forced to return to his human form. His energy value would be reduced to 0, and there would be a negative status of heavy injury. At the same time, Chaos Form, Release would enter a 48-hour cooldown period. In other words, the Chaos Form does not have much combat power. It is mainly used to observe and run. This is a support function. After deactivating the Chaos Form, Release, Transformation, the gray fog rolled and shrunk, condensing into a human form in the void dimension. Then, his skin returned to its normal color, and he returned to his original human form. Han Xiao took out a mirror and looked at himself. This time, it was not an illusion. He seemed to have become more handsome and taller. His eyes were especially beautiful, and he had the urge to dig them out and collect them. These were the changes of his race evolution. There were more notifications on the panel. Frowny face, your combat power has exceeded 10,000 ONA. You have leveled up to grade A. You have received a special grade bonus. A special grade bonus was an additional increase that would only appear when one reached grade A. With 10,000 ONA as the standard, every increase of 10,000 energy levels would give a new grade bonus. The difference between grade A and beyond grade A was very large. There was a difference in strength between Grade A and Grade A. The simplest way was to compare their combat power or distinguish the difference in level, attributes, skills, and talents. A Grade A plus powerhouse could even crush an ordinary Grade A calamity who had just entered Grade A. Your Yindi bonus plus 10. Currently, 1 Yindi equals 90 HP equals 100 stamina. All resistances plus 8%. Highest attribute plus 10%. Other attributes plus 5%. You have received an additional 30 free attribute points. You have received an additional 5 potential points. You have learned the ability Mechanical Force Field. You have received the grade talent Superhuman. These two were exclusive abilities that could only be learned when one reached Grade A. Among them, the grade talent Superhuman was fixed, and the abilities would change according to one's class. Han Xiao had played many different classes in the past, so he was very clear about this. Mechanical Force Field. When you apply Mechanical Force, a Mechanical Force Field will be formed around a certain area with a machine as the center point. The machines in this area will receive a random 40% to 80% bonus effect, non-stackable. Only the energy of one machine will be consumed. The range of the field depends on the intelligence attribute. This ability was a practical ability of the mechanic class, and it was the core ability of the army style. As long as one machine was strengthened, the consumption would not change, but the surrounding machines would share the effect, increasing the user's stamina. In the player's terms, this was called Splash Bonus. Superhuman, you have learned how to perfectly control your own abilities. Ability strength increased, including but not limited to various weapons and equipment, machinery created with mechanical force, summon creatures, and other combat methods controlled by yourself. Bonus effect depends on the total level of the character. Level 1, level 100, plus 2% attack every 10 levels. Level 100, level 160, plus 3% attack every 10 levels. Level 160 and above, plus 4% attack every 10 levels. Current ability strength increase, 32%. The previous ability was to increase one's stamina, and Superhuman was the main reason why Calamity Grade Supers had such a huge increase in their destructive power. Ability strength was basically equivalent to attack power. This bonus was independent of all talents and skills, which meant that no matter how high one's attack power was, it would be increased by a percentage based on this. The stronger the attack, the greater the increase. The higher the level, the greater the increase. For example, Aim's terrifying attack power was due to this talent. Of course, the main reason was because Floating Dragon Island was tough enough. All the notifications ended there. Han Xiao used his remaining experience to max out Mechanical Force Field, then leveled it up 2 more times and threw all his free attribute points into intelligence. After reaching level 140, the consumption of leveling up became even greater. Just 2 levels had cost him close to 2 billion experience. If he were to use the mission rewards of version 2, 0 as the standard, it would take ages for him to level up. In his previous life, the mission rewards of the players increased with the version. At this level, the experience reward would easily start from tens of millions. I finally reached the Calamity grade. Filled with surging energy, Han Xiao had an excited expression on his face. He clenched his fists and felt as though he could kill a Harmon with a single punch. He looked at his attribute interface and checked the overall changes. Total level, 142. Main class, Mechanic, Race, Chaos Observer, Human Form. Strength, 201 DX, 518 Yindi. For 85, INT. 1,500 MYS, 220 CHA, 102 LUK, 1 free attribute points, 0 potential points, 62 health, 64,020 stamina, 64,520 energy, 12410 LV10, LV10 energy bonus, plus 81 STR, plus 113 DX, plus 122 Yendi, plus 144 INT, plus 91 MYS, plus 16020 stamina limit, plus 97% machinery affinity. Energy rank 11237 ONA. Grade Grade A bonuses, plus 10 END, plus 8% all resistances, plus 10% highest attribute, plus 5% other. Attributes, plus 30 free attribute points, plus 5 potential points. Chapter 565. After carefully checking his calamity grade changes, Han Xiao tidied his clothes, unlocked the door, and left the training room. Turning around the corridor of the base, he bumped into Erosia. "Where are you going?" Han Xiao greeted her and almost blurted out, "Have you eaten?" Back to the room. Just as Erosia was about to walk past him, she suddenly stopped, moved closer to Han Xiao, and sniffed. Waves appeared in her eyes. "What's wrong? Do I smell good?" Seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but lower his head to look at his body. Erosia shook her head, and a look of uncertainty appeared on her usually calm face. When she walked past him earlier, she had sensed that Han Xiao's aura was different. It was even more ethereal, and she had thought that she had sensed wrongly. "What changes have you undergone?" Erosia was never one to hide things and asked directly. "Oh, you've sensed it. My ability has made a breakthrough, and I'm already at the calamity grade." Han Xiao did not hide it. He had to let his officers know about this sooner or later. Erosia expressed her understanding. Han Xiao had a special meaning to her, and no matter what he did, she would not doubt him and would have absolute trust in him. Furthermore, Han Xiao had recently experienced a huge battle, so it was normal for him to have made a breakthrough. For people without an interface, fighting was the most effective way to increase their strength. That's right. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and pulled Erosia aside with a smile. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me show you a magic trick." As he said that, Han Xiao activated Chaos Being Release, and his entire body dissipated into a gray fog, floating in front of her. Erosia's eyes widened. This kind of transformation in the form of an energy field was very similar to her energy form. She stretched out her finger to touch the gray fog, but it directly passed through it. She did not touch anything, and it was no different from a normal fog. Erosia directly turned into an energy body and entered the gray fog. The golden energy body intertwined with the gray fog, and she felt a warm feeling rising from her body. Normally, she would only have such an experience when she went to the reactor to charge. Upon thinking of charging, Erosia subconsciously tried to absorb the energy in the gray fog. However, her chaos body was maintained by Han Xiao's energy, and this energy was under Han Xiao's control. Sensing Erosia's actions, Han Xiao released a small portion of his energy for Erosia to absorb it. Erosia suddenly turned into a ball of light, and the energy she absorbed from her chaos body made her feel very comfortable. She could not even be bothered to maintain her human form. If not for the fact that she did not have vocal cords after energy, she could not help but sigh in her body. If not for the fact she did not have vocal cords. The energy of a calamity grade super was denser, and it also had Han Xiao's genetic imprint. It was completely different from the energy in the reactor. Energy was the HP of the chaos body, and with a little of it being absorbed, the HP would immediately decrease. Han Xiao realized that the chaos body could transmit mental signals, and he sent an idea to Erosia, asking her to inject energy into the gray fog. Logically speaking, energy could be exchanged. A golden energy entered the gray fog, and, as expected, the HP of the chaos body was instantly replenished. Han Xiao had no idea. Because most of the talents in the chaos body mode were frozen, Erosia could not only be a battery, but also a portable HP bottle for the chaos body. With that thought in mind, the mental signal was sent out again. Erosia changed her form into the shape of the chaos body and completely merged into the gray fog. The chaos body instantly shone with a golden light. This state was a deeper connection, and the efficiency of energy transfer was higher. It was equivalent to Erosia possessing the chaos body. After experimenting for a while, Han Xiao deactivated the chaos body and returned to his physical body. Arosia bounced out of his body and also deactivated her energy transformation. "Is this your new ability?" Arosia could not help but ask. For some reason, her beautiful face was a little red. "Yes, I comprehended the power of the void." Han Zhao's expression was a little strange. He felt like he had done something strange just now. Shaking his head, Han Zhao shook his head and recalled what he had felt just now. He suddenly remembered that the chaos body was a life form in the form of a domain, and it also used energy as its lifeline. Therefore, he looked for Arosia to test it out. The result was not unexpected. As long as they were connected and controlled by their consciousness, the energy of both parties could be transferred to each other. However, Arosia could actively absorb energy, but the chaos body could not. It could only passively accept the input of energy. Arosia's energy transformation ability had an important characteristic, which was that it could be used in almost all forms of energy. This was the basis to ensure the conversion. The talent of the Chaos Observer is very special. There should be more uses for it, Han Zhao thought. After advancing to the Calamity grade and gaining a new ability, he had to familiarize himself with it. He casually threw an observer's mark to Arosia, and the two of them left. On the way, Han Zhao suddenly thought of Rista's request. He was not prepared to go back on his word. After Rista finished his work, he would help Arosia recover her memories as soon as possible. In any case, he had already guessed the final goal of the reboot mission. As long as he did not deal with the Mecha Empire Manison, it would be fine. Over the next few days, the officers of the mercenary group gradually found out that Han Zhao had officially stepped into the Calamity grade. Unlike Aroshia's calmness, all the officers were shocked. That was a Calamity grade. Even before their captain reached the Calamity grade, he was already able to face 3 Calamity grade supers head-on. Just how strong would he be now that he had officially stepped into the Calamity grade? The one who was the most shocked was Haluz. Before Han Zhao had even reached grade B, he had already joined the Black Star Mercenary Corps. He had personally witnessed Han Zhao catching up to him at a miraculous speed step by step, overtaking him, and finally leaving him far behind. Now, even his taillights could not be seen. In just a few short years, he had gone from grade C to grade A. Even he had only touched the edge of grade B+. Haluz had never heard of such an example. Just what did this person eat to grow up? Sylvia was the happiest. After spending so much time together for so many years, she had already treated the Black Star Corps as her second home. The mercenaries here were also very nice to hear, and she really liked this place. Now, there was finally a Calamity grade supers supporting them. Furthermore, Black Star was also her teacher. She also felt honored. However, over the past few days, none of the officers had seen Han Zhao. Han Zhao had been in seclusion in the machinery modification room. Grade A was the hidden prerequisite to fusing with some high-level blueprints. One's equipment could be fully upgraded, and there was no need to change the model. However, they could use stronger machines of the same type. Han Zhao had lost a large number of machines in the battle, so he needed to make up for the lack of weapons. The Void Dragon mechanical suit had already been destroyed, and only the core material, the Void Dragon Bone, was left. Han Zhao had fused with a higher-grade mechanical suit and was preparing to create an even stronger mechanical suit to keep up with the strength of a Calamity grade. There were 3 core materials for the new mechanical suit: Kyle Alloy, PR 909 Super Nanopolymer Fiber, and refined Overga Metal Oregon. These were all military-controlled resources and were extremely rare and expensive. The ones who controlled these 3 resources were obviously the Star Cluster civilizations. These 3 materials were considered strategic resources that were traded between civilizations and were almost never circulated on the market. As long as they appeared on the black market, they would be bought by anonymous customers within a few seconds. 1,000 grams of Kyle alloy was worth as much as a small spaceship. It was a pity that there was no market for it. Even if one had the money, there was no way to buy it. However, as a civilization that controlled an entire star system, Godora had a stockpile of it. They would purchase it privately from the Star Cluster civilizations. When Han Xiao was selling the mutation source, the additional condition was that Ghidorah would allow him to purchase a portion of the restricted resources. This meant that the great mechanic Han had the means to obtain these controlled resources. However, while Ghidorah had made a compromise, they also had an additional request, which was that there was a limit to the number of controlled resources that could be purchased every year. They would not allow too many controlled resources to flow into the outside world. Taking out his communicator, Han Xiao contacted Nagajan and was about to apply for the purchase. However, the moment the call connected, Nagajan spoke first. "Black Star, it's time." Nagajan's tone was solemn. Hearing this, Han Xiao temporarily put aside the matter of buying materials, narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Is Ghidorah ready? The fleet has already been deployed, and the locations of all the Darkstar motherships are within our grasp. The upper echelons will launch an attack at any moment. This is the most secretive operation. The codename for this operation is Hodelius." This codename was a transliteration of Ghidorah's ancient language, and the meaning was similar to uprooting or cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Han Zhao's face was solemn. When he was selling the information, he had already known that this day would come. Ghidorah's official counterattack against Darkstar was about to begin, and this was a war that he had single-handedly created. Such an event had not happened in his previous life. "Black Star, we need you," Nagajan said solemnly. Hearing that, Han Zhao's eyes flickered, and he laughed. "You have to know that providing information and personally participating in the battle are two different things. Are you trying to hire me for war? We will pay you a remuneration that will satisfy you, the same as the Sky Ring Army and other large mercenary groups." Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He had already planned to participate in the battle, and he had only casually mentioned it. He did not expect Ghidorah to be willing to pay him for war. It seemed like Ghidorah was going to kill Darkstar at all costs this time. Darkstar had been in chaos for many years, and Ghidorah's accumulated resentment had already broken through the sky. Once there was a way to vent it, it was like a flash flood or a snowstorm. Without the ability to hide, Darkstar would have to endure Ghidorah's wrath. Without knowing anything, they would be attacked by Ghidorah's official army. It was finally time to settle the scores between the two sides. This was also a chance to complete Ghidorah's ally, and perhaps an important part of the Bloodline mission. After hanging up, Han Xiao rubbed his chin and called Herluz over. "Old Herluz, we have work to do. Gather all the mercenaries and prepare to depart, including the hundreds of thousands of new Inhumans." "Yes, everyone." Han Xiao smiled. Using a galactic war as an entry point to lead the players in a galaxy did not seem like a bad idea. It was time to let the universe know about the Black Star Corps. Chapter 566. It was close to dusk. The clouds seemed to be burning, painting the construction site in a light yellow color. The mercenary group's spaceship array floated quietly above the base. The people on the ground looked up from time to time, their eyes filled with admiration, envy, and other emotions. What had happened in the past few months had overturned the worldview of the people of Blue Star. It was like a dream. Sometimes they would wake up in a daze early in the morning and think about what had happened yesterday before coming back to their senses. The hovering spaceships were like flags, constantly reminding the people that this planet had entered a new era. It wasn't the transition from the old era to the new era of the planet's history, but a completely new era that was broken and then established, truly connecting to the universe. In the eyes of the Blue Star government and the people, the changes in the past few months were like the tide of an era, overturning all the old structures and thoughts. However, in the eyes of the people in the galaxy, it was just another native planet that had been baptized by the worldview. To the Black Star mercenaries, this was just another mission. In the eyes of the players, everything that happened to Blue Star was a very normal storyline. The players were more concerned about when they would enter the galaxy. All signs pointed to the fact that the Black Star Corps would be the faction that would guide them, and a faction with a bright future. There were already hundreds of thousands of players joining the Black Star Corps, and there were new players passing the test every day. In the plaza of the base, after Haluz sent out the summons, the players arrived one after another. Han Shao took out the mechanical throne that he had used once when he made the declaration of return. This thing was specifically used to make him look cool. He floated in the air above the plaza to ensure that all the players could see him. When he returned, in order to improve his image in the hearts of the players, he gave a speech. When he left, he was going to give the same speech to end the storyline of Planet Aquamarine for the players. At the same time, he was going to start a new phase, connecting the past and following. He felt that this was more perfect. While thinking, Han Shao opened his mouth. A few months ago, I returned from the galaxy and fulfilled my promise to accompany Blue Star through the calamity. Now, I have fulfilled my promise. The calamity is over, and the strong enemies have retreated. Today is the day we leave. The mutation disaster had been resolved by him in advance, and the civilization of Blue Star had been preserved. Billions of lives had been saved. Compared to his previous life, this outcome was much better. It was time to continue the journey of conquering the stars. The players in front of him were the best warriors. As expected, many players became excited, and their eyes lit up. Finally, we can enter the interstellar space. We've been waiting for so long that the flowers are about to wither. Han Shao glanced at it and continued. The Black Star Corps will leave with me. Over the past few months, hundreds of thousands of people have passed the test and become members of the Corps. I will fight with you in every corner of the Sea of Stars. As for those who haven't joined the army, if you're willing, I've left a base in Blue Star. You can apply to join the Black Star Corps. No matter what your identity is, as long as you pass the test, the Black Star Corps will always welcome the strong. When the time comes, there will be spaceships to pick up the newcomers and send them to our base in the galaxy to become official members. The target of his recruitment was not only the players, but also the normal people of Blue Star. There would always be people who yearned for a higher stage. The hundreds of thousands of army players were overjoyed. Indeed, only by joining the Black Star Corps could they head into the galaxy together. The selection in the past few months was to determine the first batch of people to enter the galaxy. This was the greatest benefit of the faction. They were in the lead. The other players were slightly depressed, but there was nothing they could do. It was their fault for not being able to win the selection. However, they did not feel too bad. They just did not get the first batch of people to enter the galaxy. The Black Star Corps had left a channel for them to join, and as long as they continued to pass the test, the second and third batches would be there sooner or later. Furthermore, the Blue Star Corps required a large number of people to rebuild after the calamity, so there was still a lot of profit to be had. At the moment, joining the Black Star Corps was the most cost-effective way to head into the galaxy. In the eyes of the majority of the players, the many hints indicated that joining the Black Star Corps was actually a hidden main storyline. Or rather, this was the prerequisite to starting the main storyline. This time, Han Shao changed the topic. The Black Star Corps has expanded many times. We have received our first large-scale employment to participate in a war. This will be the first battle after the expansion of the army. Let the universe see our strength. As he said that, he issued a faction mission to the mercenaries through the faction interface. The hundreds of thousands of players receive a notification at the same time. You have triggered the faction mission Black Star Corps. First battle. The mission notification indicated that this was the players' first large-scale employment after joining the Black Star Corps. It would be their first battle in the galaxy. Following the army into battle would reward them with 500 faction favorability. The reward was limited, so Han Shao only gave out faction relationship rewards. However, this was only the first mission. When he met up with Ghidorah's troops, he would naturally receive an official war employment mission. At that time, the players would also trigger submissions for war employment and receive EXP and remuneration. That was the real benefit. This was also the reason why Han Shao had adopted the mercenary group model. If he did not have enough rewards himself, he could make up for it through the missions of the employer. Basically, he was like a human resource intermediary or a pimp. Only the first batch of players could make it in time for this war. Going to war as soon as we enter the galaxy? This is going to be fun. This is special treatment. Everyone could not help but be excited and discuss. Han Xiao looked around one last time. Bennett stood beside him and nodded. He had decided to stay and continue managing the sanctuary. Hela and Aurora had already decided to leave Blue Star. After this incident, Han Xiao was going to send them to Floating Dragon Island to further their studies. Thus, they decided to leave together. The two sisters did not have much luggage and were alone. Yi Yeching had also decided to join Black Star to see the galaxy. However, she was different. She had brought a few hundred boxes of potion materials with her. A group of Belle of Death Island prisoners who had completed their training were helping her carry her luggage and were almost drowned by the boxes. Han Xiao paused for a moment before raising his tone. Then let's go. The hovering spaceships lowered their altitude and unfolded the gangway. Hundreds of thousands of players and mercenaries stepped onto the spaceships with excitement. Basically, all the club guilds and professional players in Blue Star were in the first batch. They were secretly delighted. When they entered the galaxy, the other clubs were still playing in the mud on the planet. Everyone boarded the Blacklight Stealth, and Han Xiao was the last to board. The hatch closed, and with the Blacklight Stealth at the lead, more than 20 mercenary group spaceships quickly took off, disappearing into the horizon of Blue Star with the hundreds of thousands of players. The last ray of sunlight disappeared with the spaceships. Dusk ended, and night fell. The people on the ground raised their heads and looked up until the spaceships completely disappeared from their sight. Black Star Core. Countless people were excited. It was as if they had witnessed the start of a legend. Nagajan's spaceship had been waiting outside the atmosphere for a long time, leading the Black Star Corps to meet up with the other mercenary groups. It would take a few days. It was the first time the hundreds of thousands of players had entered the galaxy, and they were rather excited. Through the galactic channel, they understood the structure of the galaxy in detail. The space of the transport spaceship was large enough, and the facilities were complete. The players were familiar with the structure of the spaceship, and they basically repeated the actions of Madblade and the others in the past. However, on the forums, the effect of this event was extremely sensational. The first batch of hundreds of thousands of players entered the galaxy, and countless foreign players came over to watch. They were extremely envious. These players were a key part of Han Zhao's plan. By bringing the players into the galaxy in advance, he could use them to quickly develop his organization and fill his wallet. The Ghidorah War mercenary mission was an opportunity to let the mercenary industry and galactic organizations recognize the Black Star Corps' ability again, refreshing their impression and increasing their reputation. The Black Star Corps was no longer a small team like before. It had been upgraded to a large army, and as long as their reputation was spread, there would be an endless stream of mercenary missions. This first battle was also a good opportunity for these players to familiarize themselves with the mode of galactic warfare and the flow of the mission. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Black Star Corps fleet followed Nagajan's spaceship to the rendezvous point. The Alliance fleet of the large mercenary groups could be seen from afar, and it was slowly moving through the universe. Han Zhao's spaceship was welcomed in, and he immediately received a communication request. The other party was the army commander of the Sky Ring Army, Gireja. The two of them had worked together many times, and their relationship was not bad. "Black Star, why are you here?" Gireja had a long, needle-like beard, and his tone was filled with surprise. "Ghidorah also hired me to participate in the war." Han Xiao smiled. "Haha, I thought you were just acting as a broker. I didn't expect you to participate personally. Looks like we will have to fight side by side again." Gireja laughed. The mission on planet Golden Gate previously was led by Han Xiao, and he remembered this favor. Han Xiao shrugged and said, "Since Ghidorah can afford it, I'm here. By the way, you're quite close to Ghidorah. Do you know what we're going to do in this battle?" Gireja asked. To prevent information from being leaked, Ghidorah only told the mercenary groups to be on standby. He did not reveal that this battle was against Dark Star, so these large armies were all kept in the dark. "Since Ghidorah doesn't want to tell you, I can't tell you either. This is a secret." "Huh, you indeed have something going on with Ghidorah." Gireja did not force him and said, All the commanders are having a meeting on Sky Ring, and they're assigning missions. You're just in time. I'll head over now. After hanging up, Han Shao piloted the Blacklight stealth deep into the Alliance fleet and arrived at the Sky Ring Army's formation. Sky Ring was the flagship, and it was as large as a mountain. The hatch of the spaceship docked, and Han Shao led the officers onto Sky Ring. Sky Ring mercenaries were already waiting at the entrance to welcome them and brought them to the main hall of the spaceship. The hall was spacious, and there was a circular sofa in the middle. More than 10 large army commanders were seated on the sofa, each occupying a position. The mercenaries of the various families were either seated or standing behind their respective army commanders. The moment Han Shao and the others walked into the hall, the mercenaries present all turned to look at them. Aurora tugged on Hela's clothes and said carefully, "Sister, the life force fluctuations of these people are very powerful." The mercenaries present were all well-known mercenary groups for various star systems and star zones. They were all elites of their respective regions. For example, the Sky Ring Army had 2 Calamity-grade supers, including Eurasia. The other army commanders were basically all Calamity-grade supers as well, and the people beside the army commanders were all officers. It could be said that there were many experts present. Hela's eyes were solemn. The gazes of these mercenaries gave her immense pressure, as though every single one of them could easily defeat her. At this moment, many army commanders smiled and greeted them warmly. The atmosphere suddenly became more relaxed. "Yo, Blackstar is here. It's been a while. Brother, sit beside me." More than half of the mercenary groups present had interacted with Han Shao before and even had a cooperative relationship with him. They were all familiar with him and invited him to join them. Han Shao smiled and responded to them one by one. He felt extremely safe in the midst of a bunch of powerful allies. Toulouse and the others also greeted the mercenaries they knew. The 2 sisters did not know anyone and did not say a word. Hela secretly observed this group of galactic mercenaries of different races and outfits. These people are Han Xiao's peers? They all look very powerful. Han Shao walked to the circular sofa, and an army commander codenamed Underworld Feather moved her, but patted the seat beside her and gestured for him to sit beside her. Just as he was about to sit down, a short army commander suddenly spoke with an unhappy tone. "Blackstar, your mercenary group only has so few people. Why are you here?" Everyone's laughter immediately stopped. Han Shao paused and looked up. The army commander who spoke was a stranger. They had not worked together before and should be a partner called by another mercenary group. "So few people?" "That's right. The expansion of my mercenary group only happened not long ago. It was only filed with the Mercenary Alliance and had not reached these people's ears." Han Shao understood. In other words, in the eyes of these large mercenary groups, he was still a small mercenary group with only 100 members. Chapter 567. Philip quickly searched for this person's background on the internet. The army commander who spoke was called Justin, a mage super. The Expeditionary Army was a large mercenary group from a certain star system in the Colton star cluster. They were called over by the Purple Gold Army. The top mercenary groups in the Shattered Star Ring had their own circle. Han Shao had paid special attention to the various famous armies and had never interacted with the Expeditionary Army before. As the field team of Floating Dragon, Blackstar had a place in this circle thanks to the Dragon Emperor. Justin had also heard a Blackstar name and knew that while this was a small mercenary group, its status was special. Other large mercenary groups were willing to rope in Blackstar to curry favor with Floating Dragon, but he was not interested. In the mercenary world, he had seen everything. So what if the Dragon Emperor was strong? Justin felt that their business was different. He did not want to provoke the Dragon Emperor, so he was too lazy to have anything to do with her. To him, Han Shao was just someone he had heard of before. Justin did not have any prejudice against Han Shao, but he could not help but question the scale of Blackstar. Blackstar might have a lot of connections, but this was a war-level employment, and the risk was huge. As a veteran mercenary, Justin was concerned about whether his companions had the ability to fight alongside him. If a fake came and caused the collapse of one battle line, it would affect the entire battle situation. In Justin's eyes, Black Star was just a fake who was there to join in the fun. Every one of them had to take up a part of the tactical mission, and what kind of responsibility could Black Star take up with so few people? Their reward was earned by risking their lives. If Black Star could get the reward by hiding behind the scenes, he would not be happy. "We are about to participate in a war," Justin said with a deep voice. "Every army here has invested hundreds of battleships and tens of thousands of mercenaries. How many troops can you take out?" The 10 or so army commanders looked at Justin and then at Han Xiao, who was still standing but did not say anything. No one knew that the upcoming battle was started by Han Xiao. Due to the lack of information, Han Xiao's arrival had indeed caused some of the commanders to think that Black Star was here to use his connections to get a wave of war employment rewards. Although they didn't say it out loud, they all had the same guess in their hearts. "General Justin, your doubts are very reasonable. I understand your confusion." Han Xiao's expression did not change. Everyone present was a respectable person of status. It was not inappropriate to raise any doubts in front of them. Coincidentally, he was prepared to refresh the understanding of the Black Star Corps in these army commanders. Since they were going to fight side by side, he had to display his strength to reassure them. "Your understanding of me is still stuck in the past. Our Black Star Corps has greatly expanded. Now, the Black Star Corps has hundreds of thousands of mercenaries, and all of them have C-grade strength. A few 100,000 supers?" Justin's eyes suddenly widened, and the other army commanders were shocked. Even they were terrified by this scale. Not long ago, the Black Star Corps was just a small mercenary group. How did it suddenly expand? Many people were doubtful. Han Xiao told Philip to open the registration file of the Black Star Corps and show the actual number of members. Everyone's doubts were instantly dispelled, and they swallowed their words. Justin also had nothing to say. With so many people, they were indeed qualified to participate in the war. This time, Han Xiao glanced around, and his lips curled up. "Everyone knows that I have some immortals under me, right?" Everyone nodded. It was no secret that Black Star had dozens of immortals. Han Xiao smiled. "These hundreds of thousands of people are all immortals." Instantly, the hall became quiet. "They are all immortals?" Eurasius suddenly stood up and broke the silence in disbelief. The dozen or so army commanders regained their senses, and their expressions changed drastically. Everyone understood the meaning behind this. This meant that these hundreds of thousands of mercenaries would not be lost, and the Black Star Corps would always maintain a large scale. They could carry out some extremely dangerous missions without any hesitation, and they would not have to worry about casualties or compensation. This was the kind of member that they yearned for day and night. A few 100,000 low-grade supers were enough to raise a mercenary group to the top. If these people were all immortals, they could imagine how big of an uproar it would cause in the entire mercenary world. They would be the best cannon collaborators. Many people thought of Han Xiao's other identity. The Black Star Corps was also Floating Dragon's field team. These hundreds of thousands of immortals were the strength of Floating Dragon after its expansion. Justin was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he heard Han Xiao's voice. "Army Commander Justin, these are the troops that I have sent into this war. Are you satisfied?" Han Xiao shrugged. Justin's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. "Or do you have doubts about my personal strength? If you have doubts, we can spar." Han Xiao raised his brows. He was not angry about Justin's doubts, but since he wanted to show his strength, he had to be firm. Giraja coughed and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Black Star recently defeated 3 Calamity grades and even took the hit of the main cannon. The news might be exaggerated, but I believe that most of it is true. Black Star, no one here will doubt your personal strength. Justin stood up with a serious expression. His height was only up to Han Xiao's waist. He extended his hand toward the sofa and gestured for Han Xiao to take a seat. "I apologize for my doubts earlier. Please take a seat." Earlier, when Han Xiao was about to sit down, he had interrupted Han Xiao. Now that he saw the new face of the Black Star Corps, Justin was not a petty person. He admitted his mistake and took the initiative to invite Han Xiao to take a seat, giving him enough respect. The moment Justin admitted his mistake, the other army commanders also nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in the hall relaxed, and the atmosphere became lively. Only then did Han Xiao sit beside Underworld Feather. Haluz and the other officers stood behind him. At this moment, Underworld Feather casually handed over a bag of snacks. "Do you want to eat?" "What's this?" Han Xiao glanced at the bag. It was filled with a pile of black jerky. "Lizard jerky. I made it myself." Underworld Feather raised her brows. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment. He picked up a piece of jerky and placed it in his mouth. The taste was actually not bad. He asked curiously, "What kind of lizard is this made of?" "Last time, I did a mission and killed an entire lizardman tribe." Underworld Feather grabbed a handful of jerky and placed it in her mouth. Han Xiao silently put down the second piece of jerky that he had just picked up. "Too ferocious. I can't take it anymore." Underworld Feather was a female dark elf. Her appearance was very similar to that of the dark elves. She had large breasts and perky buttocks. She looked very seductive, like a lazy cheetah. She had inherited the cold-blooded and cruel personality of the dark elves. Although she looked seductive, no one present dared to underestimate her. She was a tyrant. The underworld army that she led had a civilization background. The owner behind it was a star system civilization in the Colton star cluster that was ruled by the elves. In the universe, the elves were also known as the Long Years race. They were good at listening to the sounds of nature. They had many different bloodlines, such as the Children of the Forest, the High Elves, the Dark Elves, and so on. The elves were not very common in the galaxy, but they were not rare either. This kind of large army that was semi-official in nature was very easy to understand. Due to the treaty between civilizations, the movements of the official army were very sensitive. However, private armies that were supported privately had more freedom. The mercenary group business was just a disguise, and they secretly completed some difficult missions for the civilization. Many civilizations would secretly cultivate such private armies. In the top mercenary groups of a Shattered Star Ring, there were many examples. Even Han Zhao's Black Star Corps was nominally part of Floating Dragon's armed forces. The higher one climbed in the galaxy, the more complicated the relationships would be. The universe was too big, and it was not something that a single individual or organization could occupy. Gireja was in charge of the pre-battle meeting. Everyone discussed their respective missions, such as who would be attacking, who would be suppressing, who would be attacking head-on, and so on. Han Xiao did not interrupt. "Black Star, which aspect are you going to be in charge of?" someone asked. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "If there's a contact battle, leave it to us." He did not want to participate in a spaceship battle at all. It was not worth it at all. Furthermore, he only had about 20 spaceships at the moment. Their combat power was limited, and they were mainly used to transport people. Anyway, the players were not afraid of death, and it was perfect for dealing with the warriors of Dark Star. After discussing for a while and confirming the responsibilities of the various armies army commanders dispersed. Sitting in the blacklight stealth, Han Xiao looked out the porthole. More than 20 spaceships were following the Alliance fleet in the galaxy, and there were hundreds of thousands of players on these spaceships. The players had just entered the galaxy, and everything was new to them. However, Han Xiao was clear that if they successfully got rid of Dark Star, many of the subsequent quests would disappear. In his previous life, the Blue Star players had either joined Ghidorah or Dark Star. After entering the galaxy, both sides had been at odds with each other. Now, this situation had been broken by him. To the players, it was equivalent to them not having this main storyline. From Han Zhao's point of view, eliminating the threat of Dark Star was more important. The storyline between Dark Star and Ghidorah has been replaced by me. To the players, joining the Black Star Corps has become the current main storyline. This is the best time to build a sense of belonging to the faction. I need to use the players to expand my influence and let them feel honored. Therefore, I need some big events to add achievements to the Black Star Corps and let the players feel that this is their own achievement. This attack on Dark Star can be the beginning. Han Xiao thought to himself. He was very concerned about the players' feelings. The accumulation in version 2. Zero was very important, and it could be said that it was the stage to build a solid foundation. The players were his focus in version 2. Zero, as the next version would take more than 10 years. Although it was still a long time before the end of version 2. Zero, Han Xiao was used to making preparations early. However, he still had to deal with the upcoming counterattack first. Opening his communicator, Han Xiao looked at the message sent by Rista. Darkstar's forces were scattered in different regions of the Garden Star system, and the largest force had gathered 6 motherships. It was possible that they were planning another attack, while the other motherships were drifting alone in the universe. If he was not wrong, the 6 motherships should be the main battlefield that the mercenaries would be participating in. The war was about to begin. At the same time, on a certain Darkstar mothership, Degulish and the others held another meeting to discuss their next step. This time, their leader had given the order to attack the Rainbow Prison. The previous 2 operations had failed, and they had not been able to increase Ghidorah's losses or kill Blackstar. Before finding a way to kill Blackstar, Darkstar had decided not to touch the Calamity planets for the time being. They had decided to take the opportunity to attack the Rainbow Prison and save their former comrades. There were a few Calamity-grade supers among them, so as to replenish their manpower. Darkstar's actions were unrestrained. Ghidorah was in the light, while they were in the dark. This was the reason why Darkstar had the confidence to attack again and again. However, Darkstar did not know that they had already lost their advantage of being hidden. Their location had been exposed by Han Xiao, and a calamity was brewing for Darkstar without warning. They did not know about it at all. Degulish and the others were discussing the next plan of action when Ashes suddenly frowned and pressed on his chest. For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. Chapter 568. A leader of the official reception team walked out and said respectfully, "Thank you. We have invited all of you to participate in the celebration, and we thank all of you for your participation. The preparations for the celebration are still in progress, and during this period, we will be responsible for all of your living arrangements. If you have any requests, you can let us know. Please follow me. We have already arranged your accommodations." Millions of mercenaries marched forward. Thankfully, Ghidorah was a star system civilization, and they had arranged everything clearly. There were still a few more days to prepare for Ghidorah's celebration, and everyone could only wait for it to begin on Ghidorah's mother planet. The celebration would be held in the capital, and everyone settled down in the capital. The army commanders stayed in the same official guest house, and the mercenaries under them stayed in other places. However, only the army commanders were invited to participate in the celebration, and the millions of people could only watch the broadcast and could not squeeze into the venue. The hundreds of thousands of players scattered in the capital would definitely not obediently stay in their rooms, and Han Xiao did not want to restrict the freedom of the players. The players would not have a good impression of the faction that forced them, and he could only use benefits and emotions to guide them. This was what he had always done. The treatment of the players was the same as the other mercenaries. When they were not carrying out missions, Han Xiao did not care about their freedom as long as they did not violate the law. Furthermore, only by letting the players understand the prices in the galaxy would they be able to experience the warmth of home in the Black Star Army. After separating from his officers, Han Xiao and the army commanders followed the receptionist to the official guest house. This kind of guest house was used to welcome foreign guests and was not open to the civilians. Along the way, Han Xiao casually chatted with the army commanders, and a few armies like Justin that did not have a contract with him took the initiative to form an alliance with Han Xiao. He also took the opportunity to observe the scenery of Ghidorah's mother planet. The sky was blue, and the people using the flight badge were flying in the sky like bridges. The tall and slender golden buildings pointed toward the sky, and there was a landing point on every floor. The scenery was similar to what he remembered. The grand and luxurious official guest house was built on top of a mountain. The receptionist led Han Xiao and the others to their respective rooms. Every room was quite large and had all the necessary facilities. They were all double-story buildings with huge floor-to-ceiling windows and balconies that overlooked half of the capital. The air was very fresh, and the environment was beautiful. After Han Xiao entered his own room, the receptionist left and did not disturb him anymore. The conditions aren't bad. Han Xiao walked around the building, opened the fridge, and saw that it was filled with Godaran delicacies, as well as all sorts of alcohol. He took out a cube of frozen red meat and placed it into a simple automatic cooking machine that looked like a fireplace. After setting the Godora traditional sauce flavor, he started the machine. In just a short while, a plate of piping hot diced meat came out of the oven, and a thick golden sauce was poured over it like honey. It had the style of Godora, and it gave off an aroma that made one's mouth water. Finally, my taste buds that have been destroyed by the high-calorie nutrition cream can be saved. Han Xiao inhaled a mouthful of the aroma, and his appetite was stimulated. He ate the cubes of meat as though he was eating a snack. The taste was sweet, and the meat was tender. It bounced between his teeth and actually had a jelly-like texture. Godora was a magic-type civilization, and there used to be countless ferocious magical beasts on their mother planet. Now, they had all been locked up in zoos for people to view. A portion of them that tasted good had become common food and were bred artificially. The meat of beasts that contained magic energy was usually very delicious. He then took out a red fruit that looked like a buttocks and an unopened bottle of light golden alcohol from the fridge. He walked to the balcony and leaned on the reclining chair, enjoying the scenery of Godora's mother planet while drinking and eating the fruit. He enjoyed the evil capitalist life, and the word comfortable was written all over his face. In his previous life, Darkstar had troubled Godora for a very long time. Now that they had been eliminated in advance, the hundreds of millions of lives that had been harmed by Darkstar had indirectly survived. The biggest threat, Darkstar, had already been destroyed, and there were no longer any enemies eyeing them. They could finally welcome a period of stability, and they could carry out the expansion plan of the Black Star Army with peace of mind. Before the next version, there should not be too much danger. The situation was already set, so it should be fine to heal myself. Not long ago, Han Xiao had used the Destiny's Child card to predict Ember's situation, and Ember was indeed still alive. However, unexpectedly, the result of the prediction showed that Ember was dead. To put it simply, he had made a divination and discovered that Ember's glabella was black, and there would be a bloody disaster in the near future. Prophecy was not omnipotent. It was a pity that he did not predict where Ember would appear, so he could not chase after him. Although he did not get rid of Ember personally, it seemed like Ember was going to be unlucky. Han Xiao was a little curious as to what kind of fatal danger Ember would encounter. The most likely possibility was that he would meet with Godora's pursuers and be beaten to death. It was a pity that the prophecy itself was very vague, so he could only make wild guesses. The storyline of Darkstar has been changed by me, and the future events will not happen again. The fate of those Darkstar members will also be different, Han Xiao thought to himself. From version 1.0 onwards, the boss of the Garden Star system, Darkstar, had been the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Now that he had finally gotten rid of the other party, there would not be any enemies in the Garden Star system that could pose a threat in the near future. Furthermore, he was in cahoots with Godora, so his base was basically safe. Thus, his mood was very good and relaxed. He felt that the sun was so bright and the flowers were so red. It has been a few years since I entered the galaxy. As he sipped on his wine, Han Xiao could not help but think about his experiences in the galaxy. He had established the Black Star mercenary group, fought everywhere, submitted to the Dragon Emperor, and used her as a backer to deal with the various large organizations. He had started accumulating his strength in version 1.0, returned to planet Aquamarine after version 2.0 started, and carried out the plan to recruit players. During this period, he had started working together with Godora, solved the mutation disaster, and single-handedly destroyed Darkstar. Now, he had finally accumulated enough strength to gain a foothold in the Sea of Stars. The next step is to rise. Han Xiao drank a mouthful of wine, and his expression changed. All kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. After resting for a while, an upper echelon of the War Bureau came to the official guest house and invited all the army commanders for a meeting. Han Xiao had also received the notice. He put on a handsome windbreaker, combed his hair, and walked into the conference room while humming a song. He immediately saw Underworld Feather and Giraja. These two were the first to arrive. He sat down and started chatting with the two of them. Giraja liked to touch the thighs of others while chatting, and Underworld Feather also ate nonstop while chatting. After chatting for a while, the other army commanders arrived one after another. After everyone had arrived, a Godaran dressed in old-school attire walked into the room. This person was an upper echelon of the War Bureau, and Han Shao had communicated with him many times through the communicator. Thus, he immediately recognized him in person. The upper echelon of the War Bureau gave an official speech and expressed his gratitude to everyone before explaining the matters to take note of during the celebration. Most of the upper echelons of Ghidorah would be present, including the highest leader, Serbia V. The celebration was extremely formal, and there were many rules that had to be followed. The dozen or so army commanders present were all heads of large escort agencies in their own territories, but this was also the first time they were participating in an official celebration of a star system civilization. Even though they were extremely strong and arrogant, they did not dare act recklessly in the face of such a huge event. They listened to the instructions with a solemn expression. The meeting ended very quickly, and the various army commanders stood up and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, the upper echelon of the War Bureau suddenly called out to Han Shao, "Black Star, come with me. Serbia V invites you to a meeting." Ha! All the army commanders stopped in their tracks and turned around to stare at Han Shao with shock on their faces. The highest leader of Ghidorah was the leader of a star system civilization, and he was a true big shot. His status, influence far exceeded the large mercenary groups like them. They would only be able to get close to Serbia V during the celebration. However, such a big shot wanted to meet Black Star in private. They were all army commanders, so why did he get special treatment? Han Shao raised his brows and was not surprised. He nodded and said, "I understand. Let's go." As the commanders watched the two of them leave, they exchanged glances with each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. There must be something fishy going on. Ghidorah had not publicized the information yet, and the army commanders did not know that Han Shao was the key person in obtaining victory. His contributions were different from theirs. After a few twists and turns, they entered the political core building. After going through a series of permissions, they arrived at the highest leader's office and met with Serbia V. Serbia V stood up, extended his hand, and said with a warm tone, "Black Star, how was your rest?" "Pretty good." Han Shao shook hands with him and exchanged some pleasantries. There was also an upper echelon of the War Bureau beside him. The three of them sat down and chatted for a while before getting to the main topic. "Black Star, your intelligence helped us destroy Dark Star." Serbia V did not put on any airs. He kept his smile and said with a solemn tone, "I thank you on behalf of the people of Ghidorah. Ghidorah will remember your contributions. As a citizen of the Garden Star system, this is what I should do." "It was just a small task," Han Shao said humbly. "As for your award ceremony, it will be a little more grand. We will be awarding you the Golden Gal Medal, which is the highest level of honor in Ghidorah. We have only given out 32 of them to date." "I'm really flattered." Han Shao raised his brows. "This is what you deserve. As for the reward that you requested, we have already prepared it." The moment Serbia V finished his sentence, the upper echelon of the War Bureau took out his communicator and projected the models of two different spaceships. 50 violent Falcon Gray battleships with both assault and defense capabilities. One Fortress-class flagship, a galactic aircraft carrier. The hull of the battleship is made of high-strength alloy and is extremely tough. These 51 battleships are brand new and are currently stored in the military warehouse. They can be handed over to you at any time. According to the requirements, these two battleships were purely technological and not produced by Ghidorah. Including this batch of battleships, Han Shao had a total of 60 to 70 spaceships, and his fleet was finally of a certain scale. Han Shao browsed through the specifications of the various spaceships and nodded his head. Ghidorah had not fooled him. And these two spaceships were not bad models. This was especially so for the Fortress-class flagship, which was priced at more than 10 million anus. Among all the spaceships, the flagship, main ship, and mothership were the most expensive. Just these 51 battleships alone would be worth tens of millions of anus. After confirming that there were no problems with the spaceships, the upper echelon of the War Bureau continued. The balance of 15 million anus has been transferred to your account. Take a look at it. As expected, a notification appeared on the communicator. Han Xiao looked at the balance and used his strong willpower to control his expression so that he did not burst out laughing. The balance of 15 million anus and the 3,400,000 anus for the war employment meant that he had more than 28 million anus in his bank account. This was a huge profit. As for the super knowledges that you requested, we can provide 5 of them. This is the list. Han Xiao took a look. The super knowledges that a star system civilization had were naturally more comprehensive than the black market, and some of them could not be found on the black market. Now that they were placed in front of him for him to choose, it saved him a lot of time. However, the highest level on the list was only high-end knowledges. Without any hesitation, Han Xiao chose the high-end knowledge of the mechanic class that he had yet to learn. Arm branch, high-end material technology, the core knowledge of the mechanic class. The most obvious effect of researching and developing materials with higher strength was to greatly increase the armor value of all machinery. Energy branch, super nano force, increased the basic attributes of mechanical suits and robots. Combined with high-end material technology, it could create high-grade memory alloys that could automatically recover armor value. At the same time, after learning the blueprints of nanomachines, it could even give machines the ability to transform. Energy branch, high energy weaponization, combined with high energy control, it could fuse many powerful mechanical weapons. Control branch, galactic navigation technology, the prerequisite knowledge to independently build a spaceship. Control branch, advanced quantum entanglement, greatly increase the energy and information transmission distance, increase the efficiency and range of virtual intrusion. The upper echelons of the War Bureau pulled out the information from their database and sent it to Han Xiao's communicator. Han Xiao suppressed the urge to immediately invest his potential points to learn. The profits from selling the intelligence were basically in his hands, and all that was left was for Ghidorah to announce his contributions during the official celebration to increase their reputation. The result of this cooperation could be said to be a joyous one for both the host and the guest. After chatting for a while longer, Han Xiao stood up and bade farewell, following the upper echelons of the War Bureau to the door of his office. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly had a thought, and he secretly threw an observer's mark on Serbia V. The highest leader of the star system would often deal with confidential matters, and he might be able to obtain some confidential information by spying on Serbia V. It was definitely not because he was curious about the private life of the leader of a star system civilization. The next day, Han Xiao rented a machinery modification room. Being on the Ghidorah mother planet, he did not have to waste time on transportation. He directly purchased the core materials needed to build the new mechanical suit from the War Bureau. Kyle alloy, PAR 909 super nanopolymer fiber, and refined Ophiga metal. 3 types of extremely expensive control materials, and Ghidorah only wanted to buy them at cost price, which still cost him more than 100,000 anus. Coincidentally, he had obtained 5 new knowledges the day before. Among them, high-tier material technology, super nanoforce, and advanced quantum entanglement applications had all been upgraded to LV5. He had spent a total of 51 potential points. His potential points were finally showing signs of shortage, and the moment he opened up his knowledge, his potential points would be expended extremely quickly. Han Xiao used the new knowledge to perfect the mechanical suit blueprint, and, at the same time, he invested experience to upgrade the blueprint to LV10. This time, he was filled with ambition, and he was prepared to build a new mechanical suit that was suitable for Grade A8. Chapter 569. In a certain part of the universe not far away from the main fleet of Darkstar 6 motherships, A large Goddard fleet was hidden behind a desolate planet. All kinds of battleships were densely packed together, forming a neat formation. This was one of the large temporary formations formed for Operation Hodelius. On the star map screen of the command ship, the coordinates of all the Dark Star motherships were marked in red. The 6 motherships were the closest to each other and were slowly approaching the ambush area. This enemy was the target of the Ghidorah formation. The target is approaching the ambush location. Estimated time of arrival, 11 hours and 25 minutes. The commander of the fleet reported the situation to the upper echelons of the War Bureau. He was an official who knew the specific target of the operation. To prevent the information from leaking, every commander in charge of Operation Hodelius had to go through a strict selection process. Only those with absolute loyalty could know the target of the operation. Thinking about how they were about to launch a counterattack against Dark Star, the fleet commander could not help but feel excited. He was an old-school, pure-blood Goddard official with a strong sense of party loyalty, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Dark Star. Every day, he looked forward to getting rid of this tumor. This was an important operation. As one of the commanders appointed by the upper echelons, it was undoubtedly an honor. The responsibility on his shoulders was extremely heavy. After completing the report, the commander of the fleet contacted the commanders of the other formations to discuss the operation time. The strategic goal was to attack all the Dark Star forces simultaneously, so the commanders had to communicate with each other. After confirming the operation time, another commander suddenly threw out a new topic in the encrypted military communication channel. "Do you know the source of the information for this operation?" I asked around, and it turned out to be the highest level of secret. The highest level? It seems like the way the upper echelons obtain information is really mysterious. In the eyes of these knowledgeable officials, Ghidorah had been entangled with Dark Star for so many years. For them to suddenly obtain the coordinates of Dark Star, there must be something fishy about it. They could not help but be curious about the source of this information. However, no one was able to find out the details. I have some insider information. I heard that Ghidorah was able to organize this counterattack because they bought information from a mysterious person. Otherwise, the War Bureau would not have been able to escape the situation of being led by Dark Star. Mysterious person? This person can actually monitor the coordinates of Dark Star's troops. Haha, could it be that there's a traitor among the Dark Star's higher-ups? They chatted casually for a while and were secretly curious about the mysterious person who provided the information. Who exactly was the person who started this war? He was Ghidorah's hero. After ending the communication, the fleet commander issued a new order. "It's about time. Inform the mercenary fleet on standby to cooperate with our attack." While they were on standby, they had a lot of free time. However, players were very active. They would often look for mercenaries to leave a good impression on them, try to trigger quests, and discover new interesting things. Han Xiao did not need to pay special attention to them. Han Xiao would often visit different transport spaceships to interact with the players and continue to harvest experience. He would also look for the army commanders of large mercenary groups to interact with. He would spend the rest of his time building machines. A few days passed, and Guraja gathered all the commanders. Ghidorah's orders had been passed down, and the day of the operation had finally arrived. The mercenary fleet sped up and headed to the designated location to set up an ambush. The Black Star Corps also moved with them. After returning to the Blacklight stealth, Han Xiao received a private message from Ghidorah. "Black Star, the operation is about to begin. We need you to control the infiltrating artificial intelligence and create chaos for the enemy." "Got it." Han Xiao nodded. It was very easy to let the traitor cause trouble. The remuneration for this employment has been notarized by the Mercenary Alliance. The official employment mission has been sent to the Black Star Corps' files. Han Xiao opened the mercenary group interface. Ghidorah's official employment had been authorized. It was called Operation Hodelius, War Employment. War employment was not a private transaction. It had to be recorded in the Mercenary Alliance. After the mission was completed, it would give a large amount of credit points and raise the mercenary group's level. This was also the Black Star Corps' first war employment. The interface finally triggered the corresponding employment mission. There was a total of 1,800 experience reward and Ghidorah faction relationship plus 1,500. As the army commander, Han Zhao's remuneration was the highest, reaching 3,400,000 anus. Apart from himself, the other officers and mercenaries all had their own remuneration. This was especially so for the players. Other than the Black Star Corps first battle that Han Zhao had given them, all of them had triggered Operation Hodlia's war employment, which gave them substantial experience and monetary rewards. Of course, the players' remuneration was far from Han Zhao's. However, this was a war employment. Although the players could only get some scraps, the rewards were still far beyond their current level. On the forums, hundreds of thousands of players and mercenaries were excited. They posted to show off that there were so many rewards for joining the Black Star Corps for the first battle. Everyone's interest in the Black Star Corps was growing. Through large-scale employment, the players would realize that they shared a common interest with the faction and create a sense of belonging. This was the reason why Han Zhao had led the players to participate in this war. Most of the players had the desire to role-play and fantasize about working for a certain organization in the game. In order to make the Black Star Corps the first love of the players, they had to do so through plots, emotions, benefits, and so on. When Han Zhao had first established the faction, he had already made such a plan. In the vast universe, the mercenary fleet was guarding the ambush location. They only needed a short-distance hyperdrive to reach the designated battlefield. At this time, they were monitoring the enemy's movements through the star map coordinates shared by Ghidorah. The Black Star Corps formation was at the back of the Alliance fleet and did not participate in the frontal assault of the battleships. On the Blacklight stealth, Han Zhao watched the Dark Star fleet's movements through Rista's feedback. His surveillance image was different. Others could only monitor the star map coordinates, but he could monitor the situation within the mothership. At this time, the members of the Dark Star fleet did not notice anything and were doing their own things as usual. Attacking Blue Star caused me to suffer heavy losses. Now, it's finally your turn to pay. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes. As time passed, the 6 Dark Star motherships finally entered the ambush location. They're here. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. Attack! Yurage's order instantly spread to the entire army. The next moment, the mercenary fleet suddenly entered hyperdrive. The universe outside became a channel of light, and countless stars retreated at high speed. In just a few seconds, the Alliance fleet had crossed a long distance, and the 6 Dark Star motherships appeared in front of them. On the other side, streams of light flew over. It was the Ghidorah fleet. They attacked from 2 sides and instantly surrounded the Dark Star fleet. The ambush location of both parties was outside of the radar's detection range. Appearing at the same time, caught the Dark Star fleet off guard. Without saying a word, Ghidorah and the mercenaries opened fire at the same time, and countless cannon fire drowned out the 6 Dark Star motherships. Caught off guard, the Dark Star fleet instantly fell into chaos. Inside the mothership that Degulish was in, the lights all turned red and the alarm bells rang out. The people on the ship were shocked and hurried to their posts. The Dark Star mothership shook nonstop from the explosion, and people fell down from time to time. What's going on? Degulish was shocked and furious. He took out his surveillance equipment and saw that the attacker was Ghidorah. He was shocked. It's actually Ghidorah? Ghidorah is ambushing us? How could they have known our whereabouts? Degulish, we have been ambushed. The enemy came prepared, and it's not just our fleet. I just received news that the other Dark Star motherships in the other star zones have also been ambushed. Ghidorah has long planned this. They have already broken through our concealment equipment and know our whereabouts. The projection of the person in charge of intelligence appeared on the screen, and his face was filled with anxiety. This was the first time that Dark Star had been ambushed by Ghidorah while in concealment mode. Concealment mode was Dark Star's greatest reliance, and now that it had failed, Degulish immediately realized the severity of the problem. Order all the fleets to not fight and to find a chance to break out. This is Ghidorah's trap, and this is a crucial moment for our survival. We cannot fight them head-on. Degulish hurriedly gave the order. Ghidorah's ambush came without any warning, and it happened too quickly. Degulish and the other upper echelons did not have time to react, and they did not even have time to think about how Ghidorah knew their whereabouts. The most important thing now was to break out and escape. He was clear in his heart that if Ghidorah had planned this beforehand, they would not have been able to face Ghidorah head-on and could only escape. However, before he could give the order, the communication interface showed that the connection had been cut off. Not only Degulish, but the communication between the entire Darkstar mothership and the outside world had been cut off. Degulish happened to be in the mothership that Rista was controlling. Rista had directly cut off the connection between the mothership and the outside world. The traitor had begun. Chapter 570. The battle reached its climax right from the start. Outside the porthole, Ghidorah's fleet, mercenary fleet, and Darkstar's fleet were firing at each other. The light from the cannons caused the entire universe to be filled with all sorts of colors, and the dazzling colors brought about death. The laser cannons pierced through the armor of the spaceships one after another, turning the people inside into ashes. As Degulish did not give the order, the Darkstar fleet lost their commander and became a pile of loose sand. After a while, under the orders of the other Darkstar upper echelons, they began to organize themselves and try to break out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, as the initial order was not passed down in time, the Darkstar fleet missed the best opportunity and suffered heavy losses. Now that they were advancing against the cannons, it was as though they were stuck in a swamp, and their movement speed was extremely slow. From the looks of it, I'm afraid we don't even have to do anything. Han Shao looked at the battlefield and shook his head. If Ghidorah and the mercenary fleet worked together, they would be able to crush the 6 motherships of Darkstar. It was very likely that they would be able to turn this Darkstar fleet into wreckage floating in the universe without even entering the battle phase. The Black Star Corps' mission was to be in charge of the battle, and they did not have the chance to do anything at this moment. The Darkstar fleet gradually showed signs of defeat, and a portion of the Darkstar frigates became deserters. They wanted to get rid of the heavy motherships and escape, but they were turned into fireworks midway. Han Shao pondered for a while. Slacking off was not in line with his goal of building up the reputation of the Black Star Corps, so he was prepared to take the initiative to create space for himself. Rista, are you able to control the mothership? Yes. You will control the mothership and do a short distance jump to the nearest planet. I will convince Ghidorah to let you out. As he spoke, Han Shao contacted the War Bureau through his private number. I'm Black Star. I'm preparing to control a mothership to land on the planet's surface and engage in a ground battle. There's a Darkstar deputy leader on that mothership. This is a chance to capture him alive and seize a Darkstar mothership at the same time. Degulish was also the target of the Ghidorah's ally mission. Capturing him alive and handing him over to Ghidorah would give the same rewards as killing him. Furthermore, handing over a mothership would also give a huge reward. Ghidorah had come prepared. This battle could be the last struggle of Darkstar, and Han Shao wanted to increase the mission rating as much as possible. The War Bureau had been paying attention to the battle, and at this point, the upper echelons had no reason to doubt whether Han Shao was friend or foe. Capturing Degulish alive and obtaining a mothership was very useful, and after some discussion, the upper echelons decided to try Han Zhao's idea. They had the confidence to control the entire situation and dared to take risks. They quickly gave the order to the fleet commander. The contents of this order confused the fleet commander, but as a soldier, he was used to obeying orders and quickly did as he was told. The Darkstar mothership under Rista's control broke away from the formation and began to accelerate. The firepower attacking it became sparse. The other motherships did not receive such treatment and were bombarded with even more ferocious attacks. They could only watch as Rista's mothership moved further and further away. Before the passengers on the mothership could even react, it had already entered hyperdrive and arrived at the nearest planet. It was the desolate planet that Ghidorah's fleet had been hiding in. Boom! The mothership crashed into the atmosphere and crashed into the ground, creating a crater. Smoke and dust shot up into the sky like a fountain. The Darkstar members in the mothership were all dizzy from the crash. Degulish was the only Calamity-grade super on the mothership. His body was strong, and he was not injured. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. When the communication had been cut off, he had already had his suspicions. When the mothership moved on its own, he had guessed that the mothership had been controlled by the enemy. It was no wonder the enemy had found out about their whereabouts. Even their mothership was the enemy's. When did the enemy make a move? Degulish was both shocked and enraged. The news of the mothership crashing into the planet was transmitted to the mercenary fleet, and Guraja quickly contacted Han Shao. Black Star, it's your turn to act. Leave it to us. Han Shao nodded. The Black Star stealth turned around, and more than 20 spaceships of Black Star followed behind. They left the formation of the Alliance fleet and quickly entered hyperdrive. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the planet where the mothership had crashed. Degulish and the other Darkstar members were all trapped on the planet's surface. The ground battle was the best stage for the players to display their skills. Land and prepare to release the mercenaries. Han Shao decisively ordered, and the transport spaceship slowly landed on the planet's surface. The players in the spaceship came to the cabin door and waited. They were all ready to charge out at any moment. There should be tens of thousands of Darkstar members on the mothership, and there was no lack of Grade B supers among them. Targets that were too strong would naturally be dealt with by the officers. The players only needed to deal with the ordinary soldiers and let them fight the monsters on their own. At this moment, Hela frowned and asked, "What about us?" Han Shao turned around and thought for a moment. "You guys will participate in the battle this time as well. Hela and Aurora would not die so easily. Furthermore, they would familiarize themselves with the feeling of galactic battle sooner or later, and they needed to train. This was a safer chance to try it out, and Han Shao did not plan to stop Hela from participating this time. Hearing this, Hela could feel Han Zhao's trust. Only then did her brows loosen, and she silently nodded. She did not like being treated as a target to be protected, and she always hoped to be of use. The densely packed Darkstar warriors on the ground were on alert, guarding near the mothership. The mercenary spaceships carrying the players formed a circular formation and surrounded the group of Darkstar warriors from all directions. Chi! The cabin doors opened one after another. The players walked out of the spaceships one after another, and hundreds of thousands of people surrounded the tens of thousands of Darkstar warriors. It was a sea of people. The blacklight stealth hovered in the air, and Han Shao jumped down. He did not need the standard landing of a superhero. Mechanical force surrounded his body, and when he was about to touch the ground, he created a magnetic field in the opposite direction. The momentum of the fall disappeared, and he floated more than 10 centimeters above the ground. Black Star, it's you again. Degulish gritted his teeth. Han Shao was expressionless as he slowly said, "Last time, the three of you surrounded me. Now it's just you alone. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come and save you." Now that he was a calamity like Degulish, the difference in strength was greatly reduced. If the two of them fought one-on-one, there would only be one outcome for Degulish. He would die. Hearing this, a tinge of nervousness flashed through Degulish's eyes. He was indeed wary of Han Zhao's toughness and hurriedly tried to think of a solution. However, the more he thought about it, the more despair he felt. He could not think of any way to escape. His fleet could not even protect itself, and no one would come and help him. The only advantage he had was that while it would be difficult to kill Black Star was only a Grade B, and he might be able to delay him for a long time. Just as Degulish was thinking about this, Han Zhao's entire body shot out lightning, and compressed orbs appeared one after another. This was the first time he had used his full strength after entering the Calamity Grade. Dense energy shot out in all directions, releasing energy waves that belonged to a Calamity Grade. Sensing energy waves of the same level, Degulish's expression changed drastically. You have also reached the Calamity Grade? When he had fought not too long ago, Black Star had only been a Grade B. How could he be so fast? Without another word, Degulish abandoned the Dark Star soldiers behind him and turned to run, turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. What a joke! Before Black Star had reached the Calamity Grade, he was already unbeatable. Now that he had entered the Calamity Grade, how could they fight him? I'll chase after him. You guys deal with the Dark Star army. At this time, the new mechanical suit had not been completed yet. Han Shao put on the backup mechanical suit and activated the propulsion module. Like a bolt of lightning, he chased after Degulish, disappearing from everyone's sight. Not long later, earth-shattering sounds of battle could be heard from afar. It was as though missiles had been fired, and even the ground was shaking slightly. This was like a signal, and a chaotic battle erupted. The Dark Star soldiers retaliated, and the hundreds of thousands of players did not back down, charging forward from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of abilities appeared one after another, and countless cannons shot into the sky. The battlefield was extremely chaotic, and both sides clashed, their formations intertwining. The Dark Star soldiers were all Black Star soldiers, and their average strength was higher. The players felt like wheat being cut down. However, as the battle continued, the expressions of the Dark Star soldiers also changed. At the start, they were filled with fighting spirit, but they soon became tired. After fighting for a long time, they gradually became lifeless. Finally, the Dark Star soldiers realized that the players were undying. The enemies would not die, and no matter how they killed them, it would be useless. The moment the Dark Star soldiers realized this, their mentality collapsed. What was the point of fighting then? The Dark Star soldiers gradually lost the upper hand, and tens of thousands of them could no longer hold the line. They were swallowed up piece by piece, and not long after, the entire Dark Star army was drowned by the players. Ashes, who had a destructive Esper ability, was not here, and the players did not have a counter. The Dark Star officers that were too strong were all killed by Haluz and the others. The rest of the Dark Star soldiers were no match for the hundreds of thousands of players and fell under the torrent of players. Tens of minutes later, the chaotic battlefield gradually quietened down, and only a few screams could be heard. The battle was coming to an end, and the ground was littered with the corpses of the Dark Star soldiers. The remaining Dark Star soldiers had surrendered, and they were tied up and thrown to the side. The players happily cleaned up the battlefield, and the equipment dropped by the Dark Star soldiers were everywhere. From time to time, players would fight for the equipment, and Haluz did not stop them. According to the rules of the mercenary industry, this kind of loot belonged to the mercenaries. I wonder how Han Shao is doing. Hela wiped the blood off her face and walked to Haluz's side. She had participated in the battle, and it was scary but not dangerous. She had personally experienced the strength of a normal Black Star warrior. The bodies of the tens of thousands of Dark Star soldiers that had died all had traces of dark red airflow that she absorbed. The recently dead creatures could provide her with energy, and Hela could increase the strength of her Esper ability through large-scale slaughter. In her previous life, she had slaughtered many races to increase her strength through this method. Now, she was not so radical, so naturally, she would not actively choose this method. Captain was able to deal with 3 grade A's in the past, so there won't be any accidents. Haluz was not worried at all. He took out his communicator and contacted Han Shao. "Captain, have you settled it? What a coincidence. I just finished the battle. Wait for me. I'll go back now." After hanging up the call, Han Shao looked at Degulish, who was not far away. At this time, Degulish was panting heavily, and his condition was extremely bad. He did not have any stamina left as he glared at Han Shao. The two of them chased each other around, and within a radius of a few hundred miles, there were traces of their battle. The ground was filled with countless craters, and there were even a few places that had become cliff-like terrain. Han Shao wantonly displayed the strength of a Calamity Grade super. enjoying the feeling of destruction. The shockwaves of a Calamity-grade Super's battle could easily change the terrain. Degulish's punches and kicks were enough to crack the ground, but he was unable to break through Han Zhao's terrifying tankiness. Han Zhao now also possessed the strength of a Calamity-grade Super, and Degulish was unable to crush him like when he had attacked Blue Star. Being tied down by Han Zhao, he could neither win nor escape. He was in an extremely helpless situation. If he did not resist, he would be beaten up, and if he resisted, he would inevitably exhaust his energy. Furthermore, he would not be able to injure Black Star. A high-intensity battle was extremely exhausting, and as his energy was depleted, Degulish's personal combat ability continued to decrease. Han Zhao's attacks were not easy to endure either, causing him more and more injuries, and it was like a rolling snowball. Han Zhao was currently the most proficient in a battle of attrition. Although the Mech Legion had yet to recover, and his equipment had yet to be updated, with his talents and rare skills, he was able to squeeze Degulish dry. Cough, cough. Degulish coughed a few times, gritting his teeth as he mustered up the energy that he had just recovered. Stop fighting. Do you still have the energy to fight? Han Zhao was helpless. As expected of a Calamity-grade pugilist, his body was outstanding, and even if he had exhausted all his energy, he would still be able to recover within a few breaths. Seeing that Degulish was still trying to gather his energy, Han Zhao pondered for a moment before speaking. Do you know why your whereabouts were exposed? Degulish's face changed drastically, and his movements froze. The energy that he had just recovered dissipated once more. Could it be, before you attacked Blue Star, I had already infiltrated your mothership? It was when you attacked Planet Golden Gate, and the one who provided Ghidorah with information and instigated this battle was me. Degulish's face turned ashen. At this moment, his communicator rang once more. This time, it was a message from Giraja. Black Star, the battle on my side is almost over. All the Dark Star motherships have been destroyed, and only a small portion of Dark Star members are left. They use the gaps created by the motherships to escape in all directions. Ghidorah is currently chasing after them, and we do not know if there are any upper echelons of Dark Star among them. We are preparing to head over to reinforce you. Have you settled things on your side? The mission is complete. Come over. The complete victory on the battlefield was within his expectations. The information provided by Rista was extremely detailed. Not only did he know the location of Dark Star, but he also knew the number of Dark Star troops. Ghidorah had sufficient time to ambush them. Ghidorah controlled an entire star system. With such a huge advantage, if they were still evenly matched in the end, it would be too embarrassing. Without the ability to hide, Dark Star would not be able to defend against an all-out attack from a star system civilization. If not for their powerful stealth ability, Dark Star would have been destroyed long ago. And what Han Zhao had provided was the information that Ghidorah needed the most. Once a rat hiding in the dark was exposed, it would be destroyed. It could be said that he was the main reason for Dark Star's destruction. Han Zhao did not hide anything from Degulish and ended the call. Degulish fell to the ground and no longer resisted. He closed his eyes in pain and choked with sobs. Chapter 571. Dark Star, it's over. At the last moment, Degulish realized that his troops were doomed and that he had nowhere to run. He instantly lost his will to fight and gave up on resisting. His exhausted body collapsed onto the ground. Han Zhao did not have an easy time dealing with Degulish, and quite a number of his cute machines had died. Because he had not had the time to recover the machines that he had lost during the battle with Blue Star, he was only using the backup machines that he had accumulated in the past. Degulish, this muscle stick, had taken out 2/5 of his inventory. However, after this battle, Han Zhao had a clear understanding of his own combat strength, and it was worth it. His current combat style was not bad, and the combination of his various talents and abilities was perfect. He calculated that when facing an ordinary grade A super, with his powerful tankiness, he would be invincible. He could be called the King of Torture. When he recovered his Mech Legion, he would be able to fight Calamity-grade supers that were 3 to 4,000 energy ranks above him. The gap in strength between Calamity-grade supers was huge, and he had just stepped into this realm not long ago. There were still many experts who could threaten him, such as those with a total level of 200 and above. They could suppress him, but with his tankiness, even if he could not kill them, he could still disgust them to death. "I only want to kill you all or be killed by you all" was perfectly suited to his current combat style. In comparison, opponents who used psychic attacks were a greater threat to him. Psychic attacks were not included in the damage absorbed by energy absorption, and only attacks that landed on his physical body, be it physical or energy, will be converted into energy. Psychic attacks could break his cycle of health and energy exchanges. There were also certain mages who were difficult to deal with, such as curse magic that specialized in debuffs, skills that countered HP recovery, and psychic magic that attacked one's mind. There were also Esper abilities that had a certain degree of psychic attacks, such as Hellas. There are countless abilities in the universe, and there are as many experts as there are stars in the sky. "I'm still far from being able to sweep through grade A supers," Han Xiaoxin said. It was impossible for him to be arrogant, and he knew very well in his heart. Seeing that Degulish was no longer in the mood to fight, Han Xiao did not continue to rub shoulders with him, saying curiously, "Anner has more backbone than you. I thought that you would fight to the death with me." Degulish gritted his teeth and said, "Black Star, don't be too happy. You haven't won yet." He still held on to a last glimmer of hope. The Dark Star troops had been annihilated, but the upper echelons had not been wiped out. The Dark Star leader had not returned and was not in the Garden Star system. This was hope. As long as the leader was alive, Darkstar would not be completely annihilated. That was why he chose to surrender. He would rather be sent to the Rainbow Light Prison and be tortured there. That way, he would be able to live until the day the leader came to save him. Then, he would be able to serve the leader once more and rise again. Darkstar leader. Han Xiao rubbed his left chest and fell in a deep thought. The Darkstar leader was a powerful figure, and he had been lucky enough to escape this calamity. However, the Darkstar mothership had been almost completely destroyed. Even if he wanted to make a comeback, he would have to hide for a long time to avoid the pursuit of Ghidorah. He would not be able to cause any waves in the short term. Furthermore, Ghidorah wanted to kill the Darkstar leader even more than he did. There was no point in him worrying about this problem. Dragging along the salted Degulish, Han Xiao returned to meet up with the rest of the troops. The ground was littered with corpses, and he nodded to himself. The performance of the players was not bad, and they had achieved the effect that he wanted. Not long after, the mercenaries and Ghidorah landed, and the Darkstar captives were handed over to Ghidorah. Degulish was escorted onto the ship by 2 Ghidorah Calamity-grade officials. In the future, he would be able to enjoy free housing, wealth in his left hand, and life in his right. He would also be able to get a cell in the Rainbow Light Prison. After completing his mission, Rista returned to the Blacklight Stealth and squeezed Philip out of the way. This Darkstar mothership was also handed over to Ghidorah. This was the deal that he had agreed upon when he persuaded the upper echelons of the War Bureau. A notification popped up on his interface, indicating that the 2 missions of Ghidorah's ally had been completed. Vice Leader Degulish has been completed. You have received 2,420 EXP, plus 1,500 Ghidorah Civilization favorability, and character summon card Degulish. Capture Mothership has been completed. You have received 3,000 EXP, plus 1,800 Ghidorah Civilization favorability. Other than that, Operation Hodlia's War Mercenary had also been completed. Even if he was not a part of it, this mission could still be completed. However, Han Xiao thought about it. In order to obtain this benefit, he had to first have the qualifications to trigger this mission. Furthermore, Rista had played a significant role, so this mission was counted as his. Ghidorah's original intention of hiring him back then was to let him control the mothership. Thus, capturing Degulish and the others alive was a pleasant surprise. These 3 missions had given Han Xiao a total of more than 70 million EXP. Although it was a drop in the ocean compared to what he had gained from harvesting leeks, it was still a huge reward. Thus, even if the players' mission rewards were a reduced version, they had still made a huge profit. The players were very happy, and Han Xiao was even happier. It was a pity that the players did not have the Ghidorah's ally mission and could not obtain the other two rewards. After 3 consecutive missions, Han Xiao's faction favorability with Ghidorah had exceeded the 6,000 mark. Their relationship had soared to the highest level, reverence. Thinking about it, the information he had provided had given Ghidorah a chance to counterattack. Then, he had captured Deputy Leader Degulish alive and even obtained a mothership. If he was a civil servant in Ghidorah's system, he would probably be promoted by 10 ranks. He might even become a candidate for the upper echelons of the War Bureau. As long as his superior exposed corruption, he would immediately be promoted. Just as Han Xiao was conversing with the upper echelons of Ghidorah, Giraja, Underworld Feather, Justin, and the other army commanders stared at the Black Star Corps that was cleaning up the battlefield. Their expressions were all different, and from time to time, they would reveal looks of envy. Defeating tens of thousands of Dark Star soldiers was something that their army could do as well. However, they would definitely not be able to achieve the results of the Black Star Corps. There were practically 0 casualties. Their guesses about the Black Star Corps had become reality. These army commanders were all clear that once the news spread, the Black Star Corps would become famous in the mercenary world. They would shock the world with a single feat, overturning their previous impressions and officially entering the ranks of the top mercenary groups. Other than the one we obtained, all of the Dark Star motherships have been destroyed. Only a small number of people managed to escape. We are unable to confirm their identities for the time being. On the screen of the communicator, the upper echelons of the War Bureau explained the situation of the battle. "Is that so?" Han Xiao muttered. Dark Star did not have a fixed base, and the motherships were their base. Now that Ghidorah had captured all of them, they were basically done for. There was no longer a Dark Star organization. Han Xiao was more concerned about whether Ashes had died or not. Ash's Esper ability was very lethal, and he had a deep-seated hatred for Han Xiao. Furthermore, he was not very smart. If Han Xiao let him escape, there would be quite a number of hidden dangers. Perhaps he could use the Destiny's Child card to predict Ash's whereabouts? There were only 2 uses left for the Destiny's Child character summon card. Han Xiao had not decided whether to use it here or not. This time, the upper echelons of the War Bureau said, "After some time, Ghidorah will announce this victory to the entire star system. According to your request, Serbia V will personally announce your achievements and tell everyone that you are the hero who destroyed Dark Star. You are Ghidorah's benefactor." Dark Star had been a threat to the Garten star system for many years, causing countless disasters. Now that they had finally gotten rid of this threat, Ghidorah would definitely make an official announcement and broadcast it to the entire star system. They would detail the crimes of Dark Star and publicize this great victory to boost the confidence of the people. They would announce to the entire star system that Dark Star no longer existed and that they had saved the world. Back when Han Xiao was selling intelligence, one of his requests was to announce his achievements after the matter was over. This was to greatly increase his fame. For such a legendary matter, he was almost certain that he would receive star system legendary points. When the time comes, you will need to be present at the scene. Serbia V will personally award you. You will be Ghidorah's friend forever. After the ceremony, we will pay you the remaining sum. 50 medium-sized battleships and 1 large main battleship. The remaining sum will be 15 million and a portion of super knowledge. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He could finally get the remaining sum, but he did not expect to receive the award. Ghidorah had given him a lot of face. For the highest leader of a country to personally award him an award, this was a huge honor. This was not his request, but Ghidorah's own initiative. Thinking about it, Han Xiao roughly understood Ghidorah's thoughts. The gratitude was real, and the contribution was also real. However, part of the reason was definitely because of his identity and the intention to build a good relationship with Floating Dragon. If the field team officers of Floating Dragon were Ghidorah's honorable heroes, the relationship between both parties would become even closer. Of course, Han Xiao would not reject such a good thing. Before I lead the players to base number 1 and officially start my mercenary career, I will let them see a cutscene of the award. This will be very beneficial to my personal image. This is all reputation. Han Xiaoxin was elated. After hanging up the communication, the battlefield on the planet's surface had been cleaned up. Ghidorah's fleet had pulled out the Darkstar mothership from the ground. Like pulling out a carrot, they dragged it into outer space and prepared to bring it back. On the other side of the galactic battlefield, a large number of Ghidorah spaceships were also cleaning up the remains of the Darkstar fleet. This was a satisfying victory, and Ghidorah's soldiers were filled with joy. Not only Han Xiao, all the mercenary groups were invited by Ghidorah to their mother planet to participate in the official ceremony that would be held soon. Showing their faces would help them advertise, so no one rejected. The Black Star Corps and the Alliance fleet set off toward Ghidorah's mother planet together. After experiencing a war, the players were very excited and posted all sorts of screenshots and videos on the forums. Haluz was extremely excited. Han Xiao had promised to get rid of Darkstar, and he had always felt that the chances were slim. He had stood behind Han Xiao and watched him take action step by step. Who would have thought that he would fulfill his promise in just a few years' time? Now, Blackstar only had one last promise left, which was to send a few 100,000 supers to solve the problem on planet Sunil. Even Darkstar had been wiped out, so Blackstar would definitely not go back on his word. He had trusted an unknown mercenary back then, and this gamble had paid off. In the cockpit of the Blacklight Stealth, Han Xiao did not pay attention to the player's movements as usual. He thought for a long time and made a decision. He would predict the whereabouts of Ashes. You have used character summon card Destiny's Child. Usages. For fifths, the familiar fog filled his eyes again. After passing through the fog, a blurry scene appeared before his eyes. A small Darkstar assault spaceship was traveling at high speed in the universe, fleeing for its life. Ashes was the only one on the spaceship. Long before he was ambushed, he had already felt uneasy and had been vigilant. When it happened, his reaction was the fastest. When he saw that there was no chance of winning, he immediately abandoned the mothership and rode on the small but fast assault spaceship to break out of the encirclement. It took him all his strength and a bit of luck to successfully escape. There were more than 100 assault spaceships that broke out of the encirclement, and in the end, he was the only one who escaped. Ashes saw with his own eyes that the mothership was destroyed under the bombardment of the cannons. Terry, who was traveling with him, was swallowed by the endless light cannons. Countless Darkstar soldiers were reduced to ashes and floated in the cold universe. Darkstar was finished. Ashes had already realized this. Where should he go? Piloting the spaceship, the star map projection lit up. Ashes was lost and did not know what to do. As a wanted criminal who had massacred tens of millions of Ghidorah people, Ghidorah would not give up on hunting him down. There seemed to be only one path in front of him. Leave the Garten star system, or even the Colton star cluster, and go to another star cluster in the Shattered Star Ring to live a different life. Thinking about this, his eyes instantly became bloodshot. He did not want to continue running. Darkstar still had him. Darkstar was not destroyed yet. I am destined to become Ghidorah's nightmare. I will use slaughter to make them reflect on their backward traditions that have lasted for countless years. The bloodline theory that they insist on goes against the laws of reproduction and nature. It is this twisted ideology that created us. After they repent, I will make them swallow the bitter fruit of thousands of years of pure blood theory. Darkstar will rebuild a new Ghidorah from their ruins. By then, there will no longer be pure blood. No one will be superior because of their bloodline. No discrimination will exist. No one will be born inferior. Ashes murmured in a low voice. These words were what the Darkstar leader had expected of him when he was very young. He had always remembered it in his heart and treated it as his belief. Ghidorah will definitely hold a celebration and announce to the star system that they have defeated Darkstar. The rule of the pure blood species is still stable. Ashes gritted his teeth. When you think that everything is over and celebrate your victory, I will tell the entire star system that Dark Star has not disappeared. He decided to go to Ghidorah's mother planet. During Ghidorah's ceremony, he would use his Esper ability to massacre and destroy Ghidorah's declaration of victory under the gaze of the entire star system. However, Ghidorah's mother planet was a tiger's den. He did not know how to sneak in. There would definitely be many Calamity-grade Ghidorah officials as guards during the ceremony. The price he would have to pay for this might be his life. Just as Ashes was thinking and was about to make up his mind, his communicator suddenly rang. The Dark Star leader had sent a communication request. Right, I almost forgot that the leader is still alive. He must have a better idea. Chapter 572. Ashes, you the only one who managed to escape? What's the situation now? The projection of the Dark Star leader appeared, and his tone was filled with shock. Not long ago, he had received emergency messages from many of the upper echelons of Dark Star and found out that all the motherships had been ambushed by Ghidorah. This news made him feel extremely shocked. If Ghidorah had used some unknown method to lock onto their coordinates, the Dark Star fleet would no longer be able to rely on them, and the situation would definitely not be good. He was anxious to find out more about the situation and continuously contacted the upper echelons of his subordinates. However, many of their numbers were unanswered. After a long time, the Dark Star leader finally connected to Ashes and immediately asked about the situation. All the motherships have been destroyed, and only a small number of people managed to escape. Our fleet is already gone. Ashes explained the situation in detail. When he said that the entire fleet had been wiped out, he could not help but clench his fists and grit his teeth. The Dark Star leader remained silent for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. After calming himself down, he started to calculate the losses. The organization did not have a fixed industry, and those motherships were the mobile bases of Dark Star. They had various functions such as combat, production, breeding, research, and so on. The forces that they had accumulated over the years had all been destroyed in this battle, and they had suffered heavy losses. Now, the entire organization no longer had an armed force, and only the Dark Star leader and a few members who had escaped were left. The Dark Star leader's eyes flickered. When a mutation disaster had been resolved prematurely, the situation had gone out of control. However, even if the plan was stopped, Ghidorah would still be the loser. Now, Ghidorah had turned the tables and prepared a counterattack, completely destroying them. This way, Ghidorah's losses were worth it, and they had become the true winners. Who would have thought that the plan to destroy the mutation source would become the final battle of the organization? After pausing for a moment, the Dark Star leader calmed himself down and asked, "What do you think?" Ashes hesitated for a moment before saying that he wanted to go to Ghidorah's ceremony and massacre them. Nonsense. The Dark Star leader coldly rejected this suggestion. The entire fleet has been wiped out, and we still need a plan for the future. Leave the Garden Star system first and contact me when the time comes. So he wanted me to run away? All right. Ashes was unwilling, but he could only bear with it. He adjusted the course of the spaceship and headed toward the nearest Garden Star system border. However, as long as the leader is still around, there is still a chance to make a comeback. Ashes thought to himself. In a certain star system in the Colton star cluster, the Dark Star leader's personal spaceship slowly traveled through space. After ending the communication with Ashes, the Dark Star leader tapped on the control panel of the spaceship, deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, he stood up and left the cockpit. He came to a metal corridor and walked to a specific position. He knocked on the alloy wall a few times. This position did not look any different from the surrounding walls. Crack! The alloy plate suddenly slid open, revealing a secret compartment. Inside was a strange-looking communication terminal. There were many different styles of interstellar communicators. Some were portable watches or spectacles, some were minimalistic little round balls, and some were civilian models that had two handles that pulled open a virtual screen in the middle. The communicator hidden in the secret compartment looked like an antique from many years ago. It was rough and clumsy. After activating the communication device, layers of encryption appeared on the screen. It was very complicated. The Dark Star leader carefully entered various passwords and verified his DNA before successfully opening the communication device. Almost all functions were restricted. He could only open the contact list, and there was only one number inside. Beep, beep, beep. The waiting time for the communication device to open seemed to be very long. Beep. The communication device was established. The screen suddenly turned black, and a blurry face appeared on the screen. It was like a face outlined by white noise and mosaics. The other party was silent. The Dark Star leader spoke first. Ghidorah destroyed my fleet. Almost all my subordinates are dead. Currently, I can only confirm that Ashes is alive. The blurry face moved, and a mechanical voice sounded from the communication device. I understand. I need a sum of money to build a new fleet, the Dark Star leader said in a deep voice. Now is not the time. Since you have failed, go and hide for a while. You have not been caught, and Ghidorah will be wary of you. You cannot restore Dark Star's scale in the short term. Otherwise, your source of funds will be exposed. How long do I have to wait? When Ghidorah starts to forget about Dark Star, that will be the time for you to make a comeback. I do not want to wait any longer. The Dark Star leader's voice was low. I have been ordered around by you for a long time. You know very well when it will end. I can only cause destruction, but I cannot really destroy Ghidorah. What do I have to do to satisfy you? You will know when the time comes. Humph, you were very willing to help me in the past. Now that my forces are almost destroyed, you are starting to shirk. Do you think that I've lost my value and want to go back on our deal? The Dark Star leader subconsciously raised his voice. You are threatening us? The blurred figure's voice was low. You got the wrong person. The Dark Star leader's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and said humbly, "Sorry, I misspoke. We will evaluate whether the deal is complete. Do not rush us. Remember, this is a deal you made willingly, not because we value you," the blurred figure said calmly. Even without you, there will still be a second Dark Star. When that time comes, the deal will be automatically canceled. So, watch your attitude and do not doubt us. If we want you to wait, just wait. I understand, the Dark Star leader said in a low voice. The blurred figure paused for a moment before saying, "In any case, now is not the time for us to show ourselves. You should leave the Shattered Star Ring and rebuild your forces in another star field." The Dark Star leader nodded. We can secretly introduce you to a big shot in another star field. If you can obtain his help, you might not need to hide for too long. However, you have to prepare a sacrifice for him. Sacrifice? An Esper ability that is strong enough, the blurred figure said slowly. You understand what I mean, right? The Dark Star leader was shocked. He understood what a sacrifice meant. At the same time, he vaguely guessed the identity of the big shot that the blurred figure was talking about. He had heard that it was a madman who wanted to create the super high-risk Esper ability restriction treaty. Recently, there have been rumors that the Red Empire seems to have some disagreement with the peace treaty. Although it is very far away, with the influence of the Red Empire, if they do anything in the future, the Shattered Star Ring will be affected. If that really happens, it might be the best chance for you to make a comeback, and also the chance for us to fulfill our agreement. Only when the situation is chaotic can we fulfill your conditions. The Dark Star leader's eyes suddenly lit up. This might be an excuse for the blurred figure to comfort him, but he did regain some confidence. Before everything is prepared, don't contact us again. The communication ended. The Dark Star leader closed the secret compartment, returned to his room, and calmed himself down. Every time he contacted the blurred figure, he would feel a heavy pressure coming from the blurred figure's strength, identity, and authority. Hopefully, they will fulfill their end of the deal. The Dark Star leader shook his head. He was asking a tiger for its skin. However, no matter how worried he was, he could only choose to make a deal with the blurred figure. He had embarked on this path very early on, and no one in the Dark Star knew about this. In his eyes, this was the only hope for the hybrids. Many years ago, he understood that the so-called overthrow of the purebloods' rule and let the hybrids become the new god Aura was just a dream. It was beautiful, but it could not be realized. The bloodline discrimination would never be eliminated. No matter how the Godoran officials implemented their policies, hybrids with scales or tails would always be seen as deformed in the eyes of the purebloods. It was just like how a normal person would feel when they saw a deformed child. No matter how much mental preparation they had, as long as the hybrids were different from the rest, the subconscious rejection would never disappear. Most of the pureblood god Aura were in the upper middle class, and the consequences of such discrimination were not as simple as discrimination itself. The future of the hybrids did not lie in god Aura. If he was not a dark star that spread terror, but a positive organization that took in the hybrids and built a hybrid country, bringing happiness to the hybrids, that would be a faster death. Because this was a split. Without support, the resistance would not only be from Ghidorah's army, but also from other political alliances. The only way out was to have the support of a higher level of power. Darkstar alone could not do all of this. At that time, this group of people came to him, bringing with them the temptation of falling into the abyss, but also hope. In the end, he, the highest leader of Darkstar, chose to become someone else's pawn and fight for another possibility. Darkstar's leader asked the other party why they came to him. The other party said that pure destruction and destruction supported by ideology and slogans were two different things. In most cases, the latter was more threatening to the group, so they chose Darkstar. An organization's initial program was always clear, but as they experienced more, their path deviated from the initial track. In order to comply with the deal, Darkstar's leader's focus had long been on how to cause more destruction to Ghidorah and incite hostility and conflict between the purebloods and the hybrids. By pushing the hybrids to the opposite side of Ghidorah, not only could he destroy the internal harmony of Ghidorah, but he could also replenish his own troops. This was also in line with his final goal. Darkstar had become a knife in someone else's hand. Except for himself, the other members of the organization were all kept in the dark. But Darkstar's leader believed that the path he had chosen was the only way to build a home for the hybrids. If he wanted to get something in return, he had to pay first. Ghidorah's mother planet. This was a huge planet. Even in outer space, there were obvious traces of artificial modification on this planet. The higher the level of civilization, the greater the degree of modification on the mother planet. Spaceships landed at the dock, and mercenaries from various armies got off the spaceships. The Black Star Corps mixed in with the crowd. The players were the largest group, and there was a sea of people following behind Han Xiao and a group of officers. They looked around curiously like a sightseeing tour group. The only thing missing was a flag and a hat. Chapter 573. The leader of the official reception team walked out and said respectfully, "On behalf of the Godoran officials, I welcome the various army commanders. We have invited all of you to participate in the celebration, and we thank all of you for your participation. The matters related to the celebration are currently being prepared, and during this period, we will be in charge of your daily needs. If you have any requests, please come with me." Millions of mercenaries walked in. Luckily, the Ghidorah officials were a star system civilization and had arranged everyone's accommodations well. Ghidorah's celebration would take a few days to prepare, so everyone could only wait for the celebration to begin on Ghidorah's mother planet. The celebration would be held in the capital, and everyone stayed there. The army commanders stayed in the same official guest house, and because there were too many mercenaries under them, they stayed in other places. However, only the army commanders were invited to attend the celebration. The millions of people could only watch the broadcast and could not squeeze into the venue. The hundreds of thousands of players scattered in the capital would definitely not stay in their rooms obediently. Han Xiao did not want to restrict the freedom of the players. The players would not have a good impression of a faction that forced them to join. He could only use benefits and feelings to guide them. This was what he had always done. The players were treated the same as the other mercenaries. When they were not carrying out missions, They were not allowed to do anything as long as they did not break the law. Furthermore, the players would only be able to experience the warmth of home in the Black Star Core if they took the initiative to understand the cost of living in the galaxy. After separating from the officers, Han Shao and the other army commanders followed the receptionist to the official guest house. This guest house was used to welcome foreign guests and was not open to the public. Along the way, Han Shao chatted casually with the various army commanders. The few army commanders like Justin who did not have any cooperation agreements took the initiative to form an alliance with Han Shao. He also took the opportunity to observe the scenery on Ghidorah's mother planet. The sky was blue, and people using flying badges were flying in the sky like bridges. The tall and slender golden buildings pointed to the sky, and every floor had a landing point. The scenery was similar to what he remembered. The magnificent and luxurious official guest house was built on the mountain. The receptionist led the group to their respective rooms. Every room was not small, and they had all the necessary facilities. They were all two-story duplexes with huge floor-to-ceiling windows and balconies, overlooking half of the capital. The scenery was unobstructed, and the air was very fresh. The environment was beautiful. After Han Shao arrived at his room, the receptionist left and did not disturb him any further. These conditions are not bad. Han Shao walked around upstairs and downstairs. He opened the fridge and took a look. It was filled with Ghidorah's specialties and all kinds of drinks. He took out a cube of frozen red meat and put it into a simple automatic cooking machine that looked like a fireplace. He set the flavor of Ghidorah's traditional sauce and started the machine. After a short while, a plate of steaming hot diced meat came out of the oven. A rich golden sauce was drizzled on top of it like honey. It had the flavor of Ghidorah, and it emitted an appetizing aroma. I can finally save my taste buds that have been ravaged by the high-calorie nutrition cream. Han Shao took a deep breath of the meat aroma, and his appetite was stimulated. He ate the diced meat in one bite, as if he was eating snacks. The taste was sweet, and the meat was fresh and tender. It bounced between his teeth and actually had a jelly-like texture. Ghidorah was a civilization that was close to magic. There used to be countless ferocious magical beasts on their mother planet. Now, they were all locked up in zoos for people to visit. Some of the tasty beasts had become common food and were artificially bred. The meat of beasts that contained magic was often very delicious. He casually took out a red fruit that looked like two buttocks from the fridge and an unopened bottle of pale golden wine. He walked to the balcony and leaned against the lounge chair. He drank wine and ate fruits while admiring the scenery of Ghidorah's mother planet. He enjoyed the evil capitalist lifestyle. The word satisfied seemed to be written all over his face. In his previous life, Darkstar had troubled Ghidorah for a long time. Now that it had been destroyed in advance, hundreds of millions of creatures that were originally harmed by Darkstar had indirectly survived. The biggest threat, Darkstar, had been destroyed. There were no more enemies eyeing them. Finally, there was a period of stability. They could peacefully carry out the expansion plan of the Black Star Core. There should not be too big of a crisis before the next version. The overall situation was set. It should be fine to heal himself. Not long ago, Han Shao had used the Destiny's Child card to foresee the situation of Ashes. Ashes was indeed still alive. However, unexpectedly, the foresight showed that Ashes was dead. In layman's terms, he had divined that Ashes' glabella had turned black. There would be a bloody disaster in the near future. Foresight was not omnipotent. It was a pity that he could not foresee where Ashes would appear and could not kill him. Although he could not personally kill Ashes, he seemed to be in trouble. Han Shao was curious about what kind of fatal danger Ashes would encounter. The biggest possibility was that he would encounter Ghidorah's troops and be beaten to death. It was a pity that the foresight itself was very vague, and he could only make wild guesses. I have changed the plot of Darkstar. The future events will not happen again. The fates of those Darkstar members will also be different, Han Shao thought to himself. Ever since version 1.0, the boss of the Garden Star system, Darkstar, had been like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Now that he had finally gotten rid of Darkstar, There would not be another powerful enemy in the Garden Star system for the time being. Furthermore, he had been in cahoots with Ghidorah, so his base was basically safe. Therefore, he was in a very good mood. He was very relaxed. He felt that the sun was so bright and the flowers were so red. It has been a few years since I entered the galaxy. While drinking, Han Xiao could not help but think about his experiences in the galaxy. He had formed the Black Star Mercenary, fought all over the world, and joined the Dragon Emperor. Using her as his backer, he had interacted with the various large organizations and accumulated his strength in version 1.0. After version 2.0, he had returned to Blue Star and carried out his plan to recruit players. During this period, he had started a deeper cooperation with Ghidorah, solved the mutation disaster, and destroyed Darkstar. Now, he had finally accumulated enough strength to gain a foothold in the galaxy. The next step is to rise up. Han Xiao gulped down a mouthful of wine. His eyes kept changing, and all kinds of thoughts popped up in his mind. After resting for a while, an upper echelon of the War Bureau came to the official guest house and invited all the army commanders for a meeting. Han Xiao had also received the notice. He wore a handsome windbreaker, combed his hair, and walked into the meeting room while humming a tune. He immediately saw Underworld Feather and Guraja. These two had arrived the earliest. After sitting down, he chatted with the two of them. Guraja liked to touch people's legs while chatting, and Underworld Feather also ate nonstop. After chatting for a while, the other army commanders arrived one after another. After everyone had arrived, a Ghidorah man dressed in an old-fashioned way walked into the room. This man was an upper echelon of the War Bureau, and Han Xiao had communicated with him many times through the communicator. Thus, he recognized him immediately. The upper echelon of the War Bureau gave an official speech and expressed his gratitude to everyone. He then explained the things to take note of during the celebration. Most of the upper echelons of Ghidorah would be present, including their leader, Serbia V. The celebration was extremely formal, so there were many rules that had to be followed. The 10 or so army commanders present were all leaders of large escort companies in their own territories. However, this was the first time they were participating in the celebration of a star system civilization. Even if they were extremely strong and arrogant, they did not dare act casually in the face of such a huge event. They listened to the things to take note of with a serious expression. The meeting ended very quickly, and the various army commanders got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the upper echelon of the War Bureau suddenly called out to Han Xiao, "Black Star, come with me. Serbia V invites you to meet him." Ha! All the army commanders stopped in their tracks, turned around, and stared at Han Xiao with bewildered expressions. The leader of Ghidorah was the leader of a star system civilization. He was a truly important figure. His status, influence, and power were much greater than the large mercenary groups. They would only be able to get close to Serbia V during the celebration. However, such an important figure wanted to meet Black Star in private. We're all army commanders. Why do you get special treatment? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and was not surprised. He nodded and said, "I understand. Let's go." The various army commanders looked at the back view of the two of them and looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. There was definitely something fishy going on. Ghidorah had not made any information public yet, so the army commanders did not know that Han Xiao was the key to their victory. His contribution was different from theirs. After going around in circles, the two of them entered the political core building. After going through many restrictions, they came to the office of the highest leader and met Serbia V. Serbia V stood up and extended his hand. He said in a friendly tone, "Black Star, how was your rest?" "Not bad." Han Xiao shook his hand and exchanged pleasantries. There was also an upper echelon of the War Bureau beside him. The three of them sat down and chatted for a while before getting to the main topic. "Black Star, your information helped us eliminate Dark Star." Serbia V did not put on airs. He stopped smiling and said in a serious tone, "I thank you on behalf of the people of Ghidorah. Ghidorah will remember your contributions. As a citizen of the Garden Star system, this is what I should do." "It's just a small task," Han Xiao said humbly. Your award ceremony will be more grand. We will award you the Golden Gal Badge. This is Ghidorah's highest honor badge. Only 32 badges have been issued so far. Then I'm really flattered. Han Xiao raises brows. This is what you deserve. As for the reward you requested, we have already prepared it. As soon as Serbia V said that, the upper echelon of the War Bureau beside him took out his communicator and projected the models of the two spaceships. 50 Berserk Falcon battleships with both assault and defense functions. 1 Fortress-class flagship, galactic aircraft carrier. The hull is made of high-strength alloy and is very tough. These 51 battleships are completely new and are now stored in the military warehouse. They can be handed over to you at any time. According to the requirements, these 2 battleships were purely technology type and not Ghidorah's own models. Including these battleships, Han Xiao had a total of 60 to 70 spaceships. His fleet was finally of a certain size. Han Xiao browsed through the parameters of the various spaceships and nodded. Ghidorah did not fool him. These 2 spaceships were very good models, especially the Fortress-class flagship. Its price was above 10 million anas, and its cost was in the millions. Among all the spaceship models, flagships, main ships, and motherships were the most expensive. Just these 51 battleships alone were worth tens of millions of anas. After confirming that there were no problems with the spaceships, the upper echelon of the War Bureau continued. The final payment of 15 million anas has been transferred to your account. Take a look. The notification of a transfer indeed appeared on the communicator. Han Xiao looked at his balance and used all his willpower to control his facial expression so that he did not burst out laughing. With the final payment of 15 million anas and the remuneration of the war employment, Han Xiao now had a total of 28 million anas. What a windfall! As for the super knowledge you requested, we can provide you with 5. This is the list. Han Xiao took a look. The super knowledge of a star system civilization was naturally more comprehensive than that of the black market. Some of them could not even be found on the black market. Now that they were placed in front of him for him to choose from, it saved him a lot of time. However, the highest knowledge on the list was only high-end knowledge. Without hesitation, Han Xiao chose the high-end mechanic knowledge that he had not learned yet. Armed branch, high-end material technology, core knowledge of the mechanic class, research and development of higher strength materials. The most obvious effect was that it would greatly increase the armor value of all machines. Energy branch, super nano power, increase the basic attributes of mechanical suits and mechanical soldiers. Together with high-end material technology, it would be able to develop advanced memory alloys that could automatically recover armor value. At the same time, it would be able to learn the blueprints of nanomachines and even give machines the ability to transform. Energy branch, high energy weaponization. Together with high energy control, it would be able to fuse many powerful mechanical weapons. Control branch, interstellar navigation technology. Prerequisite knowledge for independently building spaceships. Control branch, advanced quantum entanglement. Greatly increase the distance of energy and information transmission, increasing the efficiency and range of virtual intrusion. The upper echelons of the War Bureau directly took out the information from the knowledge base and sent it to Han Xiao's communicator. Han Xiao suppressed the urge to immediately throw in his potential points to learn. He had basically gotten the profits from selling the intelligence. All that was left was for Ghidorah to announce his contribution during the official celebration and gain some fame. The result of this cooperation could be said to be a happy one for both parties. After chatting for a while more, Han Xiao stood up and left, following the upper echelons of the War Bureau to the door of the office. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly had an idea. He secretly threw an observer's mark on Serbia V. The highest leaders often dealt with confidential matters. If he spied on Serbia V, he might be able to obtain a lot of confidential information. It was definitely not because he was curious about the private life of the leader of a star system civilization. The next day, Han Xiao rented a machinery modification room. Since he was on Ghidorah's mother planet, He did not have to spend time on transportation. He directly bought the core materials needed to build a new mechanical suit from the War Bureau: Kyle alloy, PAR, 909 super nanopolymer fiber, and refined Overga metal Oregon. These three types of extremely expensive control-level strategic materials, and Godora only bought them at cost price. However, it still cost him more than 100,000 anus. Coincidentally, he had obtained 5 new knowledges yesterday. Among them, high-end material technology, super nanopower, and advanced quantum entanglement were all raised to the max level of LV5, which cost him a total of 51 potential points. His potential points were finally showing signs of running out. Once he opened the knowledge to upgrade, the consumption of potential points would be extremely fast. Han Xiao used the new knowledge to perfect the mechanical suit blueprint. At the same time, he invested experience to raise the blueprint to the max level of LV10 to ensure that the manufacturing effect was maximized. This time, he was full of ambition. He was prepared to build a new mechanical suit that was suitable for Grade A combat power and above purple grade. 8. Chapter 574. In the machinery modification room, core module installed. Self-check in progress, Self-check complete. Everything is in good condition. Starting assembly of auxiliary modules, More than 10 mechanical cantilevers quickly assembled the components of the new mechanical suit, and virtual screens displayed the various parameters and functions of the mechanical suit. Philip acted as an AI assistant in the manufacturing process, coordinating the entire process with his super high computing speed. When he discovered the minor problems between the various components, Han Xiao would constantly make adjustments to improve the quality of the finished product. Purple grade and above were the rarest quality. The higher the grade of the machinery, the harder it was to improve the quality. However, problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. The core materials of the new mechanical suit cost more than 100,000 anus, and he had even integrated the void dragon bone into it. With so many rare materials, it was very easy to improve the quality. For equipment of the same type and level, the attributes of pink equipment were much higher than purple equipment. Now that he had entered the calamity grade, his mechanical force was abundant, and he had extremely high machinery affinity. With all kinds of talents and skills, Han Zhao's manufacturing efficiency was extremely fast. Even building a high-level mechanical suit did not take too long. The mechanical cantilevers connected the various mechanical suit modules. After the assembly was completed, the cantilevers spat out a gas with cooling and optimization effects. This was the final step. The cold white gas spread out in all directions, and a black and gold mechanical suit stood in front of Han Xiao, reflecting a metallic luster. Han Zhao's fingers exploded with electric sparks, and he pressed on the chest of the mechanical suit, releasing a trace of mechanical force to activate the mechanical suit. In an instant, the surface of the mech seemed to ripple. Countless black nanomachines started to roll. Only then did the armor module appear on the seemingly thin mech. The armor was like pieces of strong muscles. It had a very noble aura. The black and gold lines were very flashy. He used super nano power on the new mechanical suit. There were many nanoparticles stored inside the mechanical suit, and they had the memory alloy attribute. The various weapon modules were set up in advance, and it could transform at any time. Although the design looked simple, the entire body was a weapon, and its functions were very complicated. Other than that, the nanoparticles could also repair itself and provide energy. This mechanical suit is much stronger than the Void Dragon. It's the strongest machine I've ever built. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at the mechanical suit's attributes. Berserk Ape Type, Super Nano Transformative Mechanical Suit Grade. Pink Equipment Requirements. LV-135, Mechanic, more than 10,000 Energy Basic Stats. Armor, 86,000/86,000. Defense, 0. Power Rank, 3,400. Energy, 27500. Height, 1. 96 M. Weight, 260 lb. Control Method. Intermediate artificial intelligence assistance plus nerve link plus 10% attribute bonus. Energy, mini highly enriched nuclear reactor, automatic recharge. Normal mode energy recovery, 480 per minute. If energy is used as fuel, 40/S energy recovery, 90/S standby mode consumption, 45 energy/min combat mode energy consumption, 110 energy/minute core power, 375/2 700 skeleton module, PR, 909 super nanopolymeric fiber, dark purple, plus nanoparticle matrix. Provides super high power output. Can greatly convert energy to enhance mechanical suit performance. Plus 125 STR, plus 131 DX, 350 power consumption. Nanoparticles can be activated to increase performance. Energy consumption, 50/minute. Attribute bonus, plus 45%. Armor module, Kyle alloy, dark purple, plus void dragon bone. Powder, plus refined overga metal, purple, weapon module. Nanoparticle transformation weapon list, collapse/expand. Power consumption, 725 propulsion module. Anti-gravity, electromagnetic acceleration, plus basic galactic engine. Power consumption, 500 ability, nano repair. Nanoparticles have the memory attribute, so the mechanical suit will repair itself. Energy consumption, 200/minute. Recovers 5% armor value/minute. Recovers double after leaving combat. Throwing will cause the first stage of damage, and landing will cause the last stage of damage. Every time the target hits an obstacle, a new round of damage will occur. The damage loss will depend on the size and toughness of the obstacle. If the target hits another target, the target will be hit. Energy consumption, 60/minute. Cooldown, 16ths. Special ability, nano transformation, 3 forms. Voyage form, transforms into a shuttle form. Unable to use melee attacks. In this form, flight speed is greatly increased. Able to perform interstellar travel. Remarks: supers who are not strong enough will be committing suicide by wearing this mechanical suit. Compared to the previous mecha, the biggest difference was the type of equipment. In the past, the Snake and Dragon series mechas were single-soldier light mechas, while the Berserk Ape was a super nano shape-shifting mecha, which had the ability to change its form and did not require any components. Speaking of which, many Ape series mechanical suits were transformation mechanical suits. Could this series have originated from the Scion monkeys that could transform? The combat power of the new mechanical suit was very strong and had basically met Han Zhao's requirements. The mechanical suit was finally tougher than the body, and its damage output was very high. Furthermore, it was equipped with an interstellar travel engine, which was equivalent to a single soldier aircraft. It could attack battleships on its own in interstellar battles. After turning the Berserk Ape into a compressed orb, Han Zhao wore it around his neck. He could not help but feel a little itchy. He wanted to find someone to spar with and test the combat power of the new mechanical suit. However, after thinking about it, his own officers could only be beaten up by him. It would not be convenient to find other army commanders or Ghidorah experts. The celebration is about to begin. It's better not to cause trouble. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Han Zhao temporarily put away this thought. The new mechanical suit was only one part of the upgrade of his combat equipment. There were still various new weapons and mechanical soldiers that he had to build. When he formed the Mech Legion again, he would then reach the limit of his current combat power. The date of the celebration was set. Before it was held, Ghidorah officials revealed the news of the destruction of Darkstar, which shook the entire star system. Darkstar was famous in the Shattered Star Ring, and it was actually destroyed. This was earth-shattering news. Countless galactic residents were stunned. Ghidorah and Darkstar had been in a stalemate for many years. No one had expected the infamous Darkstar to be destroyed without any warning. It was too sudden. Many organizations were still guessing how the storm caused by Darkstar would end, and they could not help but be dumbfounded. Ghidorah officials only released a brief report. They would only announce the process of destroying Darkstar during the celebration, which was equivalent to a press conference. Therefore, the entire Shattered Star Ring citizens were extremely focused on the upcoming celebration of Ghidorah. Countless galactic reporters were like sharks that smelled blood. They swarmed to Ghidorah's mother planet and eagerly waited for the celebration to begin. The various galactic channels had reached an agreement with Ghidorah and would broadcast the entire process of the celebration. As the date of the celebration approached, countless galactic residents were looking forward to Ghidorah announcing the process of the celebration. They were looking forward to how Darkstar was destroyed. Amidst the anticipation of everyone, the day of the celebration finally arrived. I have friends coming from afar in the next 2 days. I have to catch a flight on the 4th, so I won't write as much these few days. P.S. Although I don't usually write as much, it's not that little either. I can still get a half-yearly award. Oh, asterisk, asterisk, oh. Chapter 575 / Underworld Feather's seat was beside the pilot. She glanced at the pilot and spoke softly. Are you afraid? The pilot swallowed his saliva and said, No, don't be nervous. Eat something. Underworld Feather took out a red jerky that looked suspicious and stuffed it in front of the pilot's mouth. She gave him a smile that looked friendly but was actually filled with evil intentions. The pilot bit the bullet and ate it. It actually tasted pretty good. He smacked his lips and asked curiously, What kind of meat is this? Just as Underworld Feather was about to speak, Han Shao helplessly opened his eyes and interrupted, If you don't want to vomit, don't ask. He had already figured out Underworld Feather's methods. She pretended to share food enthusiastically, but purposely fed other people weird things to satisfy her own bad taste. This little girl was quite good at acting innocent. TSK. Underworld Feather turned her face away. Han Shao and the rest arrived at the venue in an aircraft and sat down in their respective seats. The galactic reporters immediately started snapping away. Those people seemed to be the leaders of large mercenary groups. That's right, they're all famous mercenaries. They should have participated in the war. Below the stage, countless reporters whispered to each other. After waiting for a short while, aircraft after aircraft flew over from the direction of the political core building. The leaders of Ghidorah had finally arrived, and they entered and took their seats one after another. The atmosphere was extremely ceremonial, and Han Shao felt as though he was walking down a red carpet. Serbia V was the last to appear. The moment he appeared, the entire venue cheered. The crowd also cheered excitedly. Their voices shook the clouds, and they won the hearts of the people. Han Shao casually glanced at the guest seats below the stage. Other than the reporters, the people seated were all elites of Ghidorah. Basically, they were all pure-blooded Ghidorah people. Even if there were a few mixed bloods, they did not look too abnormal. Serbia V gestured with his hands and waited for the entire venue to quiet down. Then, he slowly started his speech. His voice was amplified by magic. Only then did the celebration officially begin. It was broadcasted on various galactic channels. At the beginning, it was naturally a full set of official statements, thanking the people from all walks of life for their efforts, emphasizing the achievements of the government, continuing to implement the various policies of the government, reminiscing about the past, and so on. After a long speech, Ghidorah sat upright and still with a serious face. Han Shao did not have Ghidorah's patriotic sentiments and almost fell asleep listening to the speech. At this moment, Serbia V finally changed the topic and entered the main topic. I have an important announcement to make. Darkstar is a terrorist organization that uses racial discrimination as an excuse to wantonly slaughter people. All along, Darkstar has not given up on destroying Ghidorah and has dealt a heavy blow to our society. They have committed countless tragedies, and their hands are stained with blood. We have never been afraid of any form of provocation and have always tried our best to stop Darkstar's activities. Just 13 days ago, we finally made a breakthrough. We eliminated the Darkstar. Boom! Ghidorah's people were excited and cheered loudly. Even though the officials had already briefed them beforehand, This news came from Serbia the Fifth's mouth. The sound waves were too powerful, deafening even the apathetic, making people involuntarily want to sway. At this moment, in the VIP area, Underworld Feather quietly poked Han Zhao's waist and whispered, "Can you hear me?" Han Zhao turned around and asked curiously, "Yes, why?" "I'm just checking if you're deaf." Underworld Feather was expressionless. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Underworld Feather did not care about the countless gazes and cameras around her. She took out a bag of snacks and started munching on them. She even spat out the shells on his back like a machine gun, try her best to make her presence known. Han Zhao's mouth twitched even more. Dark elves are really vengeful. The Goddarans cheered for a while before they gradually stopped. The reporters realized that it was time to announce the details of the process, so they focused all their attention on Serbia the Fifth. The pens in their hands were steady, and they were ready to write a press release at any moment. This time, we received the help of a key person and locked onto the coordinates of Darkstar. In the end, we wiped out the entire Darkstar fleet. Serbia the Fifth spoke slowly, and the content was similar to what the various mercenary groups had guessed. He briefly described the battle process and emphasized the results. The Goddarans listened with bated breaths, and the galactic reporters hurriedly took out their notebooks to record it down. These words were broadcasted to the Shattered Star Ring, and countless galactic residents became very interested in the key person that Serbia the Fifth had mentioned. This key person should be the source of the intelligence. After Serbia the Fifth finished speaking, he signaled for the reporters to ask questions. All the interstellar reporters raised their hands in unison. He randomly picked a reporter, and the reporter stood up. "Your Majesty Serbia the Fifth, I would like to ask if it is convenient for you to reveal the identity of this key person." Hearing this, the audience from the various star systems could not help but pout. Although they also wanted to know the source of the intelligence, this was clearly confidential, and Ghidorah would definitely not reveal it. This time, Serbia the Fifth smiled and suddenly changed the topic. In fact, there is another important event in this celebration. I will be holding an award ceremony for someone and awarding him the Golden Gal Statue Medal. Golden Gal Statue Medal? The Goddarans who were watching the broadcast, as well as the reporters, felt their brains explode. Their minds went blank from the shock of this piece of news. Compared to the audience from the other star systems who were confused, they understood the importance of this medal more. In the history of Ghidorah, the Golden Gal Statue Medal was the highest honor, and had only been given out 32 times. That was thousands of years of history. This medal could be said to be extremely rare. Every time, it was awarded to great people who had made groundbreaking contributions, such as the chief scientist, the war marshal, the wise leader, and so on. They were all heroic figures. At least half of them received the honor of the Golden Gal Statue Medal many years after they had passed away. Who knew how many years had passed since the last time this medal was given out? Who would have thought that someone would finally receive this highest honor? This was unexpected and sensational news. The reporters came back to their senses, and their faces were red with excitement. Serbia the Fifth turned to look at the VIP area, and countless eyes and cameras followed his line of sight. Han Zhao grinned, stood up, and met Serbia the Fifth's kind gaze. He braced himself and walked over. It was not because he was nervous. It was because he still had a lot of melon seed shells on his back. Let me introduce to everyone the winner of the Golden Gal Statue Medal, Black Star. At this moment, it was as if a vacuum blower had sucked all the air in the venue dry. Countless people subconsciously took a deep breath, and their faces were filled with confusion. Suddenly, the entire venue was in an uproar. The various army commanders were stunned, and Underworld Feather swallowed the melon seed shell in her mouth. She was so shocked that she could not close her legs. The hundreds of thousands of army players who were watching the broadcast had their eyes wide open. The army officers who were playing cards while watching the television all had their mouths wide open, and the cards in their hands fell to the ground. Even many Ghidorah officials who did not know what was going on had a look of disbelief. Chapter 576. How did Black Star get the Golden Gal badge? At this moment, countless galactic residents were shocked and filled with doubts. The news of Han Shao defeating Darkstar had not completely died down, and many people still remembered his identity and deeds. If the badge was given to an unknown person, most people would only feel that it was mysterious and curious. However, when it was given to a person who had already formed an impression in their hearts, most people were shocked. Pairs of dazed eyes stared at Han Shao as he stood in front of Serbia V, facing the highest leader of Ghidorah. Serbia V changed his tone into a solemn one and said loudly, "Don't worry. Black Star is the key person who provided Darkstar's coordinates. He is the biggest contributor to eliminating Darkstar this time. He is bold and meticulous, and he used some method to crack Darkstar's database, breaking the concealment ability that Darkstar relied on to survive, allowing us to monitor the enemy's coordinates. Without him, we would not have one. Black Star was the key person who provided the information." Hearing this news, countless people were enlightened. The doubtful gazes of Ghidorah's people suddenly changed to surprise, admiration, gratitude, and respect. The various army commanders were suddenly enlightened. No wonder Black Star was favored by Ghidorah. Everything made sense now. It turned out that this war employment was actually single-handedly facilitated by Black Star, and the army commanders were the ones who reaped the benefits. Justin could not help but blush, feeling that he had made a big joke of himself. When Black Star was questioned by him, he was probably mocking him in his heart. On the other side, the reporters were stunned for a moment before realizing the crux of the matter. Darkstar appeared and disappeared mysteriously, but Black Star provided their coordinates. In reality, he was the root cause of Darkstar's destruction. He started this war single-handedly. He changed the power structure of the Garten star system. Rather than saying that Ghidorah had used Black Star's information to defeat Darkstar, it would be better to say that Black Star had used Ghidorah's hand to eliminate the enemy that had attacked his hometown. This kind of person is so scary. Countless inspirations burst forth, and many reporters were overjoyed. They buried their heads and wrote furiously. Han Shao received the attention of the audience on stage. The camera broadcast his handsome face to the virtual screens of every household in Ghidorah. The impact this time had a chemical reaction with the news of defeating Darkstar not long ago. The effect could be said to be sensational. Han Zhao's appearance and deeds were imprinted in the hearts of countless interstellar viewers. They had a deep impression of him, and they wouldn't be able to forget him even if they wanted to. It was a pity that there was no speech arranged for the award ceremony. Otherwise, he would have wanted to show off his skills. Now, he could only stand on the stage and be a mascot receiving praise. The awarding ceremony had a formal and solemn process. After going through the ceremony, Serbia V received a golden medal from a special person. It was engraved with the image of Gower. He personally bestowed the medal and solemnly pinned it on Han Zhao's chest. "On behalf of Ghidorah, I thank you for your contribution." Han Shao suddenly felt like an Olympic champion receiving a gold medal. He reached out and touched the golden Gower medal. He suddenly had the urge to bite it to see if it was gold-plated. After receiving Ghidorah's highest honor, he couldn't possibly not react at all. Logically speaking, he should be thanking Ghidorah and the like. However, Han Shao thought about it and reached out to shake Serbia V's hand. He put on a sincere smile and said, "We have a good working relationship. Our Black Star Corps accepts all legal employment. We operate with integrity and never go back on our words. If you choose Black Star, you can rest assured for the rest of your life. Oh, and may our friendship with Ghidorah last forever." From Han Zhao's understanding, the bigger the occasion, the more suitable it was to advertise. He was not Ghidorah's subordinate, and it was such a good opportunity. It was pointless to say such polite words of thanks. As the saying went, as long as one was brave enough, one could produce 18,000 wheat per moo. Furthermore, Ghidorah couldn't possibly take back the medal in front of so many people. Ha ha, F***, you're actually advertising on such a grand occasion. The smile on Serbia V's face froze. The curse was stuck in his throat, but he swallowed it back down and forced himself to maintain his smile. "I am the supreme leader of Ghidorah. I cannot use vulgarities, but all the army commanders facepalmed. We are all in the same industry, but you are still the one who is bold enough to advertise. You are indeed my teacher. Even when you are shameless, you are still so handsome." Sylvia's eyes sparkled. Gila suddenly felt a sense of relief. This person had not changed at all. He was still the same. Click, click, click. Countless cameras captured the scene of the two of them shaking hands. It was as if it was engraved in the long river of time. In the eyes of the players, this scene seemed to have the weight of an epic. Looking at Han Xiao, who had just mentioned the Black Star Army, many players suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of excitement and pride, as though they shared the same glory. Galaxy Calendar, Year 692, May 25th. Ghidorah launched a full-scale counterattack against Dark Star. Dark Star was destroyed, and Black Star, as the key intelligence source, almost single-handedly changed the structure of the Garden Star system. The Black Star Corps also participated in Hodelia's counterattack. In June of the same year, Black Star was personally awarded the Golden Gal Badge by Ghidorah's supreme leader, Serbia V. He was the first person in history who was not a Ghidorah to receive this honor. Time seemed to have stopped, and everything was recorded in history. The Shattered Star Ring was shaken. After the official ceremony, it was a celebration for the entire civilization. The people celebrated the destruction of Dark Star. After the ceremony, Han Xiao boarded the official aircraft and returned to the guest house with the other army commanders under Serbia V's resentful gaze. Along the way, Giraja, Underworld Feather, and more than 10 other army commanders came to talk to him. After the awards ceremony, everyone knew that the Black Star Corps was the one who had benefited the most this time. They had completely made a name for themselves and would definitely have endless missions in the future. Han Zhao's position in their hearts had increased by a few levels, and they tried to get close to him whenever they had the chance. The spaceship stopped at the guest house, and Han Xiao hurriedly got rid of the crowd and returned to his room. After closing the door, Han Xiao took a sip of water and took a deep breath before taking out the Golden Gal badge and looking at it. The item description popped up on the interface. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. This badge has changed so many initial relationships. It has saved me at least 4 to 5 years of time to gain favorability. The increase in initial relationships meant that his face had increased, and he could get the Black Star Corps to accept employment in more places. The business model that he had set for the Black Star Corps required NPC resource lands the most. The increase brought by this badge had saved him a lot of effort. Han Xiao looked at the interface. Other than the effect of the badge, there were more notifications. The official announcement of the destruction of Dark Star had also been made. Ghidorah's ally mission completed. Ghidorah's ally has been completed. Your completed targets are Deputy Leader, Degulish, Wind Demon, Anner, Capture Mothership, Assault Spaceship Destroyer, Mission Rating, Unbelievable Character Summon Card, Dark Star Leader. Heart Curse, Collapse, inflicts mental collapse on a single target. If the target passes, the target will lose control of their body and will not be able to do anything. Effect and duration depend on the MYS attribute. Usages: 0/2 character summon card, Nagajan, secret technique, muscles or truth, plus 250 STR, plus 40% melee damage, duration, 3 minutes. Usages: 0/7 muscles are truth? What kind of skill name is this? Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Why was it so philosophical? Why didn't it say that muscles are truth? He continued to save up the random rewards. Without a certain number, he did not want to randomly draw them. Furthermore, there was no need to rely on luck now. Then, Han Xiao looked at the dungeon interface. After completing the main storyline mission with a high rating, a new dungeon had indeed been created. Ghidorah and Dark Star. The new dungeon was similar to Six Nations and Germinal Organization. It would cut out the battle scenes of the main storyline mission to form a dungeon crystal. It basically materialized the enemies of Ghidorah's ally and turned them into small dungeons for the players to challenge. For example, Anner, Degulish, a fixed number of Darkstar warriors, elite warriors, and assault ships, and so on. It meant that every strong Darkstar enemy that he defeated would become a model worker. However, the current players could only be abused, so the new dungeon was not used yet. The rewards were still quite impressive. After sorting out the mission rewards, Han Xiao looked at the other notifications on the interface. As he expected, such a sensational legendary event had indeed received a new legendary point. Furthermore, it was not 1 point but 2. Star System Legendary Point, Garten Star System Darkstar Destroyer. Darkstar is Ghidorah's natural enemy, a terrorist organization that does evil. Both sides have been in a stalemate for many years, but you brought about a turning point and changed the power structure by yourself. Because of your help, Ghidorah successfully destroyed Darkstar. Darkstar has become history, and your legend will be praised and praised. The world will revere you, and your enemies will be terrified. What a surprise! Han Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly. Legendary points were not easy to obtain, and he had originally thought that he would only get 1 point. He did not expect to receive 2 Star System Legendary points, which was a 24% increase. The potential benefits of legendary points were naturally greater. Darkstar Destroyer came from destroying Darkstar, while Ghidorah's ally came from the honor of the Golden Gal Badge and the Ghidorah's ally mission. They were separated into 2 separate achievements. After a few days of news, my fame will skyrocket, and the reputation of the Black Star Corps will rise to a terrifying level. Employers with or without money will all come to me. Han Xiao was overjoyed. His reputation in the Garten Star system had skyrocketed, and he could practically do whatever he wanted in this star system. His next goal was to strengthen his reputation while expanding, which would allow the players to officially start their mercenary career. The award ceremony is over, so there's no need to stay on Ghidorah's mother planet. I'll rest for a night and receive 50 spaceships tomorrow before bringing the players to base number 1. On planet Golden Gate, Han Xiao made a plan in his heart. At the edge of the shattered star ring, on a desolate planet, a spaceship hovered in the air, collecting gaseous fuel from the planet. There were only 2 people on the spaceship, the Darkstar leader and Ashes. At this moment, in the control room, the virtual screen had just finished broadcasting Ghidorah's ceremony, and Han Xiao's award ceremony was also seen by the 2 of them. There was a deathly silence. The Darkstar leader and Ash's faces stiffened, and they finally understood why they had lost so badly. Chapter 577. I didn't lose to Ghidorah. To think that I actually lost to him, the Darkstar leader had a complicated expression. Thinking back, when Blackstar had first entered his field of vision, he had still been an unknown mercenary. After Blackstar had killed Anner, he had taken him seriously for the first time. Who would have thought that he would rise like a rocket and defeat 3 Calamity-grade supers? In the end, the infamous Darkstar had become Blackstar's stepping stone. What a terrifying character. The Darkstar leader was not angry, but helpless. Why do we provoke such a person in the first place? Ash's face was green. A few years ago, when he had fought with Blackstar on Floating Dragon Island for the first time, he had never imagined that Blackstar would become the destroyer of Darkstar. At this moment, he only felt that the universe was vast and unpredictable. Blackstar had almost become his nightmare. Although he valued Blackstar's potential more than his other colleagues, it was too late to say anything now. The Darkstar leader was about to bring him out of the Shattered Star Ring and said that he would go to another star field to find a backer. Ashes trusted the leader's judgment. Therefore, at this time, even if they knew that Blackstar was the real mastermind, they could not turn back to deal with him. Furthermore, the Garden Star system was filled with troops chasing after them. Going back would be walking right into a trap. However, Ashes was still unwilling to give up. The Darkstar leader glanced at him and said coldly, "Don't think too much. A loss is a loss. Before we recover our forces, we don't have the ability to take revenge. I know. The most important thing now is to go to the backer you mentioned." Ashes nodded solemnly and suppressed his anger and unwillingness. Before he had the ability, revenge was just empty talk. He paused and asked, "Who is this backer you mentioned?" "A beyond grade A super. You'll know when the time comes." Ashes was overjoyed. To think that we would be able to form a relationship with a beyond grade A. This is great. This way, we won't have to worry about floating dragon anymore. The Dark Star leader glanced at Ashes and suddenly asked, "Ashes, what do you think is the best future for the hybrids?" "The best future?" "Of course, it's to overthrow the rule of the pure bloods and become the new Ghidorah." Ashes did not hesitate. The Dark Star leader was non-committal as he slowly asked, "What is the extent of overthrowing the rule of the purebloods? All the top officials in the government had become hybrids? Or kill all the purebloods? If we succeed in taking power, the inherent class structure of the purebloods is not something that we can change overnight. Once the coup succeeds, the remaining members of Ghidorah will ask for help from their allies. At that time, even if we succeed in overthrowing the rule of the purebloods, it will only be a flash in the pan. Furthermore, the star cluster civilizations in the Colton star cluster will not recognize our legal status." Ashes frowned. "Even if there are many difficulties, there will always be a chance. What if there is a better solution? The hybrids will leave Ghidorah and get rid of the rule of the purebloods. We can build a home for the hybrids in another star system. All the people will be hybrids, and there will be no more bloodline problems. We can rule ourselves and get rid of the label of Ghidorah, becoming a new civilization, a new race." Thinking of such a scene, Ash's eyes were filled with yearning, but he shook his head. He had thought of his question before, so he did not need to think too much to answer. "We have no place to hide from an open split. Ghidorah will destroy us immediately. Furthermore, if we want to establish a new civilization, territory, diplomacy, productivity, population, and so on are all difficult problems. Furthermore, the political resistance is too great. The other star system civilizations, and even the star cluster civilizations, will not sit by and watch us establish a new civilization. Almost no one will support us. That's right. No civilization will support us unless a higher political power intervenes." The Dark Star leader stopped this topic and changed the topic. "You pilot the spaceship. I have something to do." Then, the Dark Star leader stood up and left the cockpit. He took out the communicator in the secret compartment and sent a communication request. The blurry figure appeared again. "We will be leaving the Shattered Star Ring very soon. Everything is ready. We have already introduced you to that person. He is very interested in your sacrifice and is waiting for you." The Dark Star leader nodded and said, "There's another thing. It's about Black Star. He's an obstacle. You don't have to worry about Black Star. If necessary, we will find someone to offer him some jobs that he can't refuse." The blurry figure smiled and said, "He's a mercenary after all. Sacrificing himself in a mission is the most normal way for a mercenary to die." After a few words, the Dark Star leader hung up and returned to the cockpit. The spaceship continued its journey after collecting fuel, heading out of the Shattered Star Ring and disappearing into the universe. Floating Dragon Island. Black Star is the strongest officer of Floating Dragon, right? Ames has really found a treasure. Did you know that I fought with Black Star on Floating Dragon before? You were beaten up, weren't you? Ghidorah's celebration was broadcasted there as well. Many scavengers and galactic pirates at the dock gathered together and chatted. At this moment, a small iron-gray spaceship slowly descended. The body of the spaceship was painted with a special symbol. The symbol was of two crossed arms covering a cross, and the periphery was a ring made of square patterns of different shapes that intersected with each other. Noticing this spaceship, the voices of the galactic pirates suddenly became softer. Their faces became fearful, and they kept quiet out of fear. This symbol represented another beyond Grade A organization in the Shattered Star Ring, Bloodshed Land. Tyrant Heber, a beyond Grade A pugilist, was known as the Moving Stellar Furnace and the one who stepped into the forbidden zone of life. Heber was different from the neutral Ames. He was a VIP of a star cluster civilization, and the bloodshed land under him was a transcendental organization. Compared to him, Floating Dragon was like the difference between a baby and an adult. A group of people walked down the spaceship. The leader was a burly man wearing heavy armor. He did not wear a helmet, revealing his face with the characteristics of the demon race. His skin was dark red, and there was a pair of curved horns on his head. One of the horns was only half broken. Two dark lines extended from his forehead to his chin. His pupils were pure white, and he gave off an unapproachable aura. Every step he took left a shallow footprint on the ground, showing the terrifying weight on his body. That's one of the core officers of Bloodshed Land, Broken Horn Malekith. Bloodshed Land actually came to Floating Dragon. Do these two beyond grade A supers have some kind of plan? The people at the dock held their breaths and whispered to each other. They watched as Malekith from Bloodshed Land ordered his subordinates to be on standby while he headed toward the palace at the center of Floating Dragon Island and disappeared from their sight. Not long later, a meteor suddenly rose from the palace at the center of Floating Dragon Island at an extremely fast speed, flying across the entire city and landing heavily near the dock. Boom! Like a meteor, a deep crater was formed on the ground. The surrounding galactic pirates were shocked and hurriedly looked over. Dust filled the air, and Malekith climbed up from the crater, patting the dust off his body. The Dragon Emperor had never liked the people from Bloodshed Land. After seeing Ames, he was directly thrown out by Ames with her force field. However, although Malekith was covered in dust, he was unharmed. The invitation has been delivered. Let's go. Malekith was expressionless as he ordered his subordinates to board the spaceship. The spaceship took off and disappeared from the sight of the people at the dock. Blue Star, the sanctuary and the Six Nations that were rebuilding after the disaster, welcomed uninvited guests. Fleets from the universe landed on Blue Star one after another. These people were all from the free financial groups that were active in the Garden Star system. After discussing with the leaders of the Six Nations, Bennett decided to use the base that Black Star had left on Blue Star as the landing point to welcome the guests from space. The members of the financial groups gathered together and talked to Bennett and the leaders of the Six Nations. May I know why you're here? With the things that Han Shao had left behind for them to take note of when interacting with aliens, Bennett and the upper echelons of the Six Nations were much calmer. Hello, Blue Star's government. I'm a senior director of the Lauren Financial Group. I'm the manager of the Brilliance Financial Group. The members of the financial groups introduced themselves one after another before revealing their intentions. We hope to reach a business cooperation agreement and invest in Blue Star. Simply put, we will pay to help you modify Blue Star in exchange for a business license to build an industry here. Due to the background of Blue Star with Floating Dragon, as well as the recent sensational incident of Black Star obtaining the Golden Gal badge, Blue Star had become a hot commodity in the eyes of many galactic financial groups. Not only was there a business opportunity, but they could also express their goodwill to Black Star and Floating Dragon. Thus, many financial groups decided to invest in the development of Blue Star. Normally, advanced civilizations could not interfere with the progress of low-level civilizations. However, rules were dead and humans were alive. What counted as the intervention of an advanced civilization was a blurry line. The spontaneous investment of the galactic financial groups had nothing to do with advanced civilizations. As for whether there was any shadow of an advanced civilization behind it, it was even more unclear. Furthermore, this was the Shattered Star Ring, the edge of the known universe. Bennett and the upper echelons of the Six Nations were overjoyed. What they had dreamt of was to go from a surface civilization to a galactic civilization. Although they had taken a different path, it seemed to be an effective path. All of this was because of the change brought about by Black Star. Having a fellow countryman who was doing well in the universe was like the goddess of luck looking out for Blue Star. Indeed, hugging Han Zhao's thigh was better than hugging Ghidorah's smelly foot. After reaching a consensus, the Blue Star government began to discuss cooperation with the galactic financial groups for the first time. This planet gradually began to integrate into the universe. The galactic era of Blue Star had begun. On the second day of the award ceremony, Han Shao bade farewell to the upper echelons of Ghidorah and the various army commanders and received 50 violent Falcon battleships and a Fortress-class flagship. The fleet that had expanded many times carried all the members of the Black Star Corps and left Ghidorah's mother planet. This trip could be said to be a fruitful one. With the current number of fleets, it was more than enough to fight a small-scale galactic war. It could be said that they had expanded their business scope. After a few days, Planet Golden Gate was finally in sight. We've finally arrived at the headquarters. Chapter 578. After informing them of their identities, the attitude of the guards on Planet Golden Gate became extremely respectful, and they immediately let them pass. With the Golden Gal badge, their status in the eyes of the Ghidorah citizens was extremely high, and they could move about freely in the Garden Star system. Countless players squeezed in front of the porthole and looked at the majestic exterior of Base Number 1. Base Number 1, which had taken a year to build, was like an alloy castle. Han Shao knew that this was an era where looks mattered. Thus, the exterior was very beautiful and filled with a technological aura. If not for the fact that he did not want to leave a narcissistic impression in the hearts of the players, he would have painted his handsome figure on the exterior walls of the base. The fleet successfully landed in Black Star Base Number 1. When the base was being built, Han Zhao's blueprint had reserved an enormous hangar, which was more than enough to accommodate 60 to 70 spaceships. Even the largest Fortress-grade flagship had its own hangar. Chi-chi-chi. The air pumps made noises, and the cabin doors slid open one after another. Hundreds of thousands of players stepped into the hangar hall and looked around curiously. The place was densely packed, and it gave off a sense of déjà vu of the Spring Festival. At this moment, Philip's voice could be heard in the hangar hall, suppressing the noise and clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Welcome back to Base Number 1, New mercenaries, please turn on your communicator to receive the manual verification program." As he spoke, the communicators of the hundreds of thousands of players rang out. Mad Blade took out his communicator and saw that there was a new program in it. After opening it, he realized that it was the Black Star Corps' Mercenary Identity Verification Program. There were also some auxiliary functions, such as checking the functions of the base and searching for information in Philip's database. It was basically a guide that could be used to tease the AI. This was a subroutine that Han Shao had created for Philip. The players could check their achievements in the Black Star Army through this program. Because the players were also freelance mercenaries, their achievements had to be calculated separately. Thus, it was convenient to manage and coordinate the overall situation. It was also convenient for the players to check their achievements. In order to increase the players' sense of achievement, they had to see the real-time feedback of their achievements in the Black Star Corps. There was no need to do anything behind the scenes, and it had to be transparent and public. With the remuneration from Operation Hodelia's War Mercenary, the players had all bought communicators when they were on the mother planet of Ghidorah, and it had already become their standard equipment. The market price of the communicator was very cheap, and Han Shao couldn't raise the price if he wanted to resell it, so he didn't do this business. Base Number 1 was built by Mad Blade, Hao Tian, Wang Ho Jiang, and the other top players after version 1.0, so they only received the subroutine now. So this is the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. It's pretty cool. Strange, this base didn't seem to be in the previous version of the video. Someone stared at Pork Bun. Pork Bun covered his face and walked away. It must be a change in the version update. It's not like this is the first time I've encountered it. Including Mad Blade and the others. This was the first time all the players had come to Base Number 1. They were all excited. The purpose of Base Number 1 was to let the players treat it as their faction's main city. Only with the headquarters would the players feel that this faction was of a higher level and that they could rest assured and feel a sense of belonging. With the guidance of Philip's subroutine, Han Shao did not have to explain it personally. Therefore, he didn't care about the players and let them do whatever they wanted. These players' main city used to be Blue Star, but now, their main city was their own base number 1. They needed to familiarize themselves with their new main city and get over the confusion of changing their main city. After returning to his room, Han Xiao dealt with the backlog of work, such as the application of freelance mercenaries to join the group and some new employment invitations. After Ghidorah's celebration, he had gained a lot of face, and the pending business had increased exponentially. There was even an invitation for him, a mercenary, to be the spokesperson for an advertisement. That was crazy. However, after taking a look, the other parties seemed to be an arms company, so it made sense. After recruiting a few 100,000 players, Han Xiao decided to recruit as many freelance mercenaries as possible. Although the players were good, they were limited by the version update. He liked to plan ahead, using the players to expand the business of the Black Star Corps, improve its reputation, and indirectly attract more freelance mercenaries. This was also a benefit chain. The backlog of employment invitations was innumerable. Philip sorted them according to the difficulty of the job, and the layout became clear. Most of the employment missions would be provided to the players. Only a very small number of high reward, high difficulty, and high-level missions would require him or his officers to participate. Because of the business model of borrowing chickens to lay eggs, the players went to different places to do their jobs, which had the intention of exploring the galaxy. The locations where the missions were carried out had events and storylines, so this could make up for the lack of foundation of the Black Star Corps, and also give the players a second benefit. Furthermore, the players had just entered the galaxy and needed a stable area to familiarize themselves with the environment. They needed a storyline to guide their actions. NPC resource lands like Planet Cineal had most of the functions that the players needed, and they happened to have a storyline. If the players were the seeds, the NPC resource lands would be the soil with its own fertilizer. Planet Cineal was the first trial area that Han Xiao had prepared. It was time to fulfill his promise to Herluz. Han Xiao pondered. From now on, the plan will enter a new stage. Black Star, you're looking for me? Herluz pushed the door open and entered. Han Xiao sized Herluz up carefully. Compared to a few years ago when he had just followed him as a mercenary, Herluz's aura had become much more stable. Mercenaries did not lack opportunities to fight, and Herluz's strength had also slowly increased through the missions. Herluz, I promised you that I would bring you tens of thousands of supers to solve the problem of Planet Cineal once and for all. Han Xiao paused, smiled, and said, in the name of the Black Star Corps, I will lend 200,000 people to Cineal with the most basic reward. During the mission, these mercenaries will be under Cineal's command. Herluz was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He had followed Black Star precisely because he believed in this promise, and the day had finally come for him to fulfill it. At this moment, he was so touched that he almost wanted to draw his sword for Han Xiao. Why would he draw his sword? Even he did not know. Barely suppressing his excitement, Herluz excitedly said, I'll inform my people immediately and ask them to issue an official employment invitation to the Black Star Corps. Okay, but I have an additional condition. Han Xiao nodded. As long as it's within our capabilities, we'll definitely agree to it. It's not a big deal. I just want to get Cineal's approval to build Black Star's subbase on Planet Cineal. Han Xiao revealed a harmless smile. Every NPC resource land was the best place to provide benefits to the players. As long as a subbase was built, it would be indirectly counted as Black Star's territory. No problem. Herluz agreed immediately. After thinking for a while, he added, this is beneficial to us. The upper echelons won't reject you. Because of Ghidorah's award, Han Xiao's face was like a golden signboard in the Garten Star system. He estimated that he could even get a 5% discount when he bought fruits on the street. After sending the excited Herluz away, Han Xiao turned on his communicator and opened Philip's feedback interface. All the players who received the subprogram turned into red dots and appeared on the map in real time. Han Xiao was best at virtual technology. This was a disguised form of surveillance. It was not that he did not trust the players, but that he did not want them to lose him. On the map, the players were scattered to various areas of base number 1. The shop area had the most people. Seeing this, Han Zhao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a joyful smile. There's finally a market for the stockpiled goods. Base number 1 was divided into different areas. The shop area allowed the players to buy goods from the stockpiled goods. After paying, Philip would take out the goods from the stockpiled goods. At this moment, countless players formed a long queue in the shop area. The mass production line in the workshop had never stopped, and there was a large stockpile of machinery equipment. The types of machinery were carefully selected by Han Zhao, and they were very suitable for the players at this stage. They could replace all the equipment on the players. The other players did not have NCO-class armor like Mad Blade and the others. They had a huge demand for higher-grade equipment. If there was a demand, there would be a market. If there was no demand, there would be a demand. The machinery was sold one by one, and the stockpiled goods were like cheap goods, squeezing the wallets of most of the players dry. The sales soared at an unbelievable speed, and all the money flowed into Han Zhao's personal account. 1 million anus? That was just a fraction. However, although the stockpiled equipment was assembly line products, the quality was not too low. Furthermore, the technology level of the equipment itself was even higher, so the price was not low. Therefore, even if most of the players spent all their money, it would not be enough to replace all their equipment. This was especially true for the expensive full-body armor, which tempted the players' stomachs. When the players were short of money, the first thought that came to their minds was to do missions as soon as possible. The Philip subroutine listed out a list of acceptable hires. It was so dense that it was a dazzling sight. Most of the missions had a sizable reward. According to the program set by Han Zhao, Philip explained that this was a benefit brought by the reputation and connections of the Black Star Corps. Only mercenaries who joined the Black Star Corps could enjoy such good missions. If they were freelance mercenaries, they could only work for the meager reward. The reason why Han Zhao asked Philip to emphasize this was because this was one of the core attractions of the faction. It reminded the players how they could enjoy the benefits of the faction. Furthermore, in the eyes of the players, the Black Star Corps was a growth faction, and working for the Black Star Corps was a win-win situation. There are so many rewards. The best missions will definitely be fought over by many, but the failure penalty is also quite high. Most of the players instantly felt the benefits of being a mercenary. The most obvious point was that the rewards of these interstellar missions were far better than the missions they received on planet Aquamarine. Furthermore, they were now free to choose their missions, and they had a lot of initiative. This made the players, who had previously struggled to trigger missions, very happy. Every mission could be participated by many people, and the maximum number of people could participate in it was different. If the players wanted to accept a mission, they first had to send an application through the subprogram. Then, Philip would calculate in the background, and if the players met the requirements, the applications would be approved according to the order of priority. Only then would the players officially receive the mission. Because this took into consideration the difficulty of the mission, the higher the difficulty of the mission, the better the rewards. Many players wanted to fight for the missions with high rewards, but their applications were all rejected one by one. Philip explained, Han Zhao had set up a faction-level system to provide a channel for players to advance in the system. Starting from 1 star, the higher the level, the higher the authority and treatment. Personal level was also the criteria for applying for missions of different difficulty levels. This meant that the players had to complete missions of low difficulty and raise their credibility level before they were qualified to accept missions of higher difficulty. This was to protect the reputation of the players. Han Zhao understood the players too well. They loved to mess around. If the mission failed, the reputation of the faction would be damaged. Therefore, this kind of safeguard was necessary. Other than that, Han Zhao also set up another system. The players could browse the list of missions anywhere, but they had to be in the base to accept the missions. Although it was said to verify the identity of the mercenaries and prevent their communicators from being stolen, it was actually to prevent the players from wandering around outside. They had to return to the main city every now and then to cultivate feelings. The main thing was to make the players pay for the missions. If they didn't come back, how were they going to earn money? On the other side, the players in the expert group all had different feelings. The way to accept missions has changed. In version 1.0, they had followed Han Xiao to do missions. Now, they were accepting missions on their own. The most direct feeling was that the faction was getting stronger and stronger. Sunil Rescue Operation, Large-Scale Mission, Mission Introduction. Planet Sunil is plagued by the catastrophe. Under the suggestion of Black Star Officer Haluz, we have decided to issue a specific mission to the Black Star Corps to recruit a large number of mercenaries to solve the catastrophe once and for all. Mission requirements. Head to Planet Sunil to solve the source of the catastrophe. Number of recruits, 2,000,000 inch wow. Recruiting 200,000 people? That's half the number of people in the army. This is a new big event. Sunil. Catastrophe? Isn't this the plot of Pork Bun's Black Star video series in the early stages? So, there's a continuation. The players were instantly curious. The reward was not high. After all, Sunil was living a tight life. One anus could not wait to be split into 5 petals. Han Xiao had given Sunil a discount, so they could barely afford it. However, because this was a large-scale mission, the EXP reward was quite sufficient. A large-scale mission involving 200,000 people was undoubtedly a big event comparable to a main storyline in the eyes of the players. Many players like to join in the fun, so gathering 200,000 people was not a problem. Among the hundreds of thousands of players, the proportion of casual players was higher. Compared to the professional players and guild players who had a clear goal, the adaptability of casual players was slightly weaker. The galactic map was extremely vast. When casual players saw a large number of missions that could be accepted in a short period of time and obtained a high degree of freedom, they would be confused for a period of time, not knowing what to do. This Sunil mission played the role of half a main storyline and had the effect of guiding the way, not knowing what mission to choose. In that case, he might as well do a large-scale mission with 200,000 people. With so many people, there would be no mistakes. To ensure that the benefits would attract enough players, Han Xiao also increased the faction favorability reward and modified the mission description to emphasize that this mission would allow the faction to grow, thus increasing the motivation of the players. However, he had worried too much this time. The award ceremony not long ago had caused a new wave of commotion on the forums. The players recognized that Han Xiao was already a big shot in the universe, adding many legends and lofty colors. The players could be said to have watched Han Xiao grow all the way, and they felt an inexplicable sense of gratification. Fighting for the Black Star Corps, the players were willing. Even if the reward was not high, many players would still participate in missions that could allow the Black Star Corps to grow. Chapter 579. On the forums, many players and mercenaries were sharing what they had seen. The Blue Star section became the most popular area, and players from other novice planets would occasionally sneak over to take a look. Some people complained about the various strange alien species, some took pictures of the magnificent cosmic scenery, and some took photos with famous NPCs, mainly Erosia, Fu Ding, and Sylvia. Han Xiao agreed to Rista's request, so he sent the scenes that Erosia remembered to all the players and wrote a new mission. With hundreds of thousands of players searching together, the efficiency would naturally be higher. Port Bun and Galaxy Times followed the trend and released a new video. The content was about the first batch of galactic players, introducing the Black Star Corps and the various functions of Base Number 1. At the same time, the award ceremony of the faction leader, Black Star, received a lot of attention. Han Xiao was already a famous NPC in the eyes of the players, and his existence was once again highlighted. There was also another hot post, which was about the changes in Blue Star. There were still hundreds of thousands of players on Blue Star who were working hard to pass the test of Base Number 2. They had witnessed the galactic financial groups helping Blue Star develop, and they had also received more mission opportunities. Han Xiao learned from the Post that with the help of the galactic financial groups, Blue Star had welcomed a technological explosion, and countless buildings had been erected. They were stepping into the galactic era at an extremely fast speed. He was not surprised by this. When he spread the news to the galactic reporters, he already knew that there would be such an outcome. However, in the eyes of the players, the changes in Blue Star could be summed up in one sentence. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. The chronicles compiled by the players clearly recorded the changes in Blue Star. The current changes were almost single-handedly driven by Han Xiao. It was because of Black Star's influence in the universe that Blue Star was able to develop at such a fast speed, allowing hundreds of millions of Blue Star citizens to live in peace and prosperity. Based on this alone, Black Star was a great man of this planet. This kind of radiance image had extremely high personal charisma, and many Blue Star players secretly felt a sense of cohesion. Feelings had always been an inexplicable thing. A few days later, the movements of the players were roughly divided into 4 types. First, stay in base number 1 and familiarize yourself with the new main city. Then, start with the Black Star mercenaries stationed there and trigger a mission. Secondly, those who couldn't make up their minds would choose to stay on the bustling planet Golden Gate and start digging for missions and events on this planet. Thirdly, they accepted different missions. According to Philip's guidance, they took an intergalactic travel group that had preferential terms for the Black Star Core and went to different star zones in the Garden Star system, doing missions while exploring the universe. The last option was for the 200,000 players who had accepted the Sunil rescue mission to follow the Sunil mercenary team, led by Herluz, board the Black Star Core battleships, and head toward planet Sunil. The players were very active, and they were only in the early stages of entering the universe. Thus, they chose to be more cautious. Because they were not familiar with the universe, it was very likely that they would break different laws. Thus, Han Zhao's missions were only limited to the Garden Star system for the time being. Furthermore, Philip's subprogram would remind them of the local laws and regulations at any time to minimize the chances of the players breaking the law. However, there would always be players who liked to mess around. After all, the players did not like to be restricted, and their brains were like black holes. Han Xiao understood the creativity of the players too well. Thus, he was not blindly optimistic because of the current situation. As the saying went, a person's heart is like water. This was especially true for the players who were naturally chaotic. For this reason, Han Xiao had long prepared an emergency program that would be used sooner or later. He did not have the desire to control, but the punishment mechanism had to exist. Of course, it was still in the early stages of smooth sailing, so he was still in the mood to evade taxes. Most of the players left base number 1 with curiosity and excitement, heading out to carry out missions and explore different star zones. This was the first batch of missions. After a few months of the mutation disaster and the Dark Star incident, the business of the Black Star Core had finally officially begun. Han Xiao had set up a pre-purchase function for Philip's subprogram, allowing the players who were active outside to check the faction's products. It was more convenient, as they could pay in advance and pick up the goods when they returned to the base. However, the players could also pay an additional fee to purchase a door-to-door delivery service. The fee depended on the distance, and only after a certain number of goods were accumulated would the goods be delivered together. However, if the players were willing to spend more money to purchase a private delivery service, the goods could be delivered immediately. The cost of shipping was higher than the cost of manpower and fuel. This was a way to generate additional income. However, the players were still very poor, so this service was still in the trial stage. The details had yet to be perfected. Due to the vastness of the galaxy, the universal logistics industry was extremely developed. With Han Zhao's current reputation, it was not difficult for him to find a few logistics companies to cooperate with. He could even build his own logistics channel. Building a large mercenary group was like building a corporation. Transportation, reputation, manpower, assets, benefits, business scope, and so on all had to be considered. The players were like the trump card of corporation, containing huge benefits. They could be harvested batch after batch, bringing in endless profits. Thus, the current work was to focus on the trump card project and perfect the various aspects of the faction. Haluz led the team to Sunil. Just in case, Han Xiao threw an observer's mark on him. This was the third mark. Some time ago, he had tried out the racial talent of Chaos Observer. His vision could transcend the limits of physical distance, and his vision could lock onto the target within a certain range. He could see Erosia eating and Serbia the Fifth being busy every day, but the target of his observation did not notice at all. It was practically a godly tool for peeping. Base number 1 instantly became much emptier. Other than the players who stayed behind, only Erosia and Sylvia remained in the base. The rest of them led the mercenaries to do some medium to high difficulty missions. Han Xiao also remained in the base. With more than 30 million anas in his account, he was as confident as a dragon. With a wave of his hand, he directly bought a large number of materials. Money was the combat strength of the mech army style. After advancing to the Calamity grade, he would be able to build stronger machines. He planned to strengthen the foundation of the original mech army. Not only would he restore the previous army structure, but he would also add some new units. Han Xiao prepared to go into seclusion to build the machines. This would take some time, and he had a few 100,000 alloy livers under him. It was fully automated, so he had more free time to do other things. Since Ames did not rush him, he was not in a hurry to send Hela and Aurora to Floating Dragon. I still owe the Norios Financial Group 4 million anas. It hasn't even been 2 years, and the interest is only 10%. After 2 years, the interest will increase. Han Xiao suddenly remembered this debt. He had a lot of savings now, and after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to repay this debt while the interest was not high. He contacted the leader of the Norios Financial Group, Rockfest, and the projection of the other party appeared before him. Black Star? Ha, long time no see. You've been in the limelight recently. Rockfest had a warm smile on his face, and his tone was warm. Compared to the attitude he had when he had taken the loan, he was clearly trying to be friendly. Actually, I prefer to keep a low profile. Han Xiao coughed and said, "This time, I'm contacting you because I'm prepared to repay the 4 million anas loan. Including the interest, it's a total of 4,400,000 anas. The legal effect of loans was very strong, and he definitely had to repay the money. Rockfest suddenly changed the topic. I wonder if you're willing to accept a new round of funding? Han Xiao had just transferred the 4,400,000 anas over and was looking at the amount he had to pay. Hearing this, he raised his brows, and a playful look appeared in his eyes. More than a year ago, he had looked for Rockfest for an investment, but Rockfest had rejected it and only agreed to take a loan. Now, the other party had taken the initiative to propose a new round of funding. It seems like my recent achievements have made Rockfest think that I'm worth investing in. That's why he changed his attitude and took the initiative to propose this. Although Rockfest was rather snobbish, Han Xiao did not find it strange, and he did not have any intention of mocking him. The world was filled with people for profit, and only those who had shown potential or strength would have people invest in them. Of course, I'm very interested in this suggestion. Han Xiao smiled. Rockfest's eyes sparkled. He was originally unsure of Han Zhao's intentions and was worried that Black Star would no longer need external funding. Although he would not suffer any losses, he would feel regretful that he would lose an investment channel with great potential. It was a good thing that Black Star was willing to continue accepting investments. It meant that his initial investment had paid off. Rockfest pondered for a moment before saying, "Your Excellency Black Star, I've decided to provide an additional 2 million anas to the Black Star Corps. Then, what do you want in return?" Han Xiao stroked his chin. Haha, this is only an initial investment. I hope to reach a long-term investment agreement with the Black Star Corps. Our Norios Financial Group will provide funds to support the development of the Black Star Corps, including but not limited to the treatment of mercenaries, transportation, business expansion, base construction, and so on. We can also borrow the name of the Black Star Corps to carry out business activities in the Garden Star system or other star systems that value the Black Star core. When we encounter a situation that requires violence, we will be able to obtain the help of the Black Star core immediately. Rockfest spoke frankly and confidently, stating the general terms and conditions for financial groups to invest in armed forces. Logically speaking, the Black Star Corps was the field team of Floating Dragon, so it would be better to invest in Floating Dragon. However, Black Star himself had a certain amount of influence, so he had become another target of investment. Han Xiao listened patiently and concluded that the Norios financial group wanted to take over the logistics of the Black Star Corps. The Norios financial group had a good reputation in many businesses. It just so happened that he wanted to improve the logistics of the Black Star Corps. With the help of Norios, he would be able to save a lot of effort, and more importantly, he would be able to save a lot of money. The cost of building an armed force was extremely high. What fat sheep! Han Xiaoxin sighed in his heart. Sounds good, Mr. Rockfest. I'm willing to sign the investment agreement. Okay, I'll get someone to prepare it immediately. I'll send it to you later. Rockfest was in a good mood, and he was in high spirits. If the Black Star Corps continues to grow in the future, our Norios financial group can even help you manage the stock market, create a brand, and issue credit bonds. Let's talk about this in the future. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. The so-called credit bonds were actually stocks. As the economy developed, there would definitely be wise people who would come up with this idea. A long time ago, there were already stocks in Galaxy. Countless large financial groups and enterprises in the universe had issued credit bonds for the entire universe to purchase. Because the base was too large, they were split into different stock markets based on regions. For example, the Garden Star system had its own credit bond market. The players could also purchase credit bonds, and the degree of freedom was very high. In Han Zhao's previous life, a portion of the players had made a lot of money through the credit bond market. Of course, there were even more players who had lost their underwear. With the environment in Galaxy, the volatility of the market was imaginable. Han Xiao was very experienced in making money through credit bonds. In his previous life, he had done a lot of things like buying low and selling high. As for how to lower the price of certain enterprises' credit bonds, he had never taken the proper route when helping people level and increase their popularity. He had already done so many bad things, and one more did not make a difference. Of course, the repercussions were very serious. Now that he had a family, he was not interested in repeating the same mistakes. As for Rockfest's suggestion of letting the mercenary group go public, there were very few examples of this happening. Because the business was not stable, there would be casualties from time to time. After signing the contract, a ding sound rang on the communicator, indicating that he had received a deposit. His deposit had increased by 2 million anus. The days ahead are still long. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Rockfest smiled and extended his hand. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and shook Rockfest's hand. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.